najbolji strelac Ulman. Sa druge strane, u ekipi Bamberga najefikasniji Ibi Watson sa 18, Kobe Williams sa 15 poena, DeMarcus Lemon je imao 12, Ensminger, odlična rola, 10 poena. Odlična utakmica, možemo biti zadovoljni sa svime što smo videli. Što se mene tiče, to bi bilo to za večeras i pozdravljam vas Filip Gavrilov, do sljedećeg slušanja. Pratite nemačku košarku na kanalima, a ne da smo prijetno laku noć.
Stavili smo livu, ćemo mečeve, samo da imamo mizije. Dobro. Još, to je to. Krećemo. Evo da vidite utakmice kako smo juče završili. 3 poraza. Juče smo izašli. Evo sada, znači prvi smo, imamo 77 pobjeda. Znači odlični smo ove nedelje. Sad smo kao onaj lik što imamo 120 pobjeda za 7 dana. Sad vidjet ćemo koliko ćemo mi. Ali ćemo uspjeti da stignemo njegov rekord ili ne. Dobro.
Reprezentativac drugi put ove sezone precizan. Upisujemo asistenciju Kalumu Hudsonu Odoju. Nottingham Forest nije poražen još od onog duela sa Brightonom na gostovanju. Solidna serija utakmica bez poraza. Što se tiče Aston Villa naravno odigrala je prvi remi posle još one utakmice od pre mjesec dana kada je protivnik bio tim Leeds Uniteda. Tada je također bilo 1-1, kao i u ovoj utakmici. Aston Villa nakon ovog kola 55 bodova, Nottingham Forest ima 33, nalazi se na 16. mjestu, dok je gost u ovoj utakmici četvrti. Odlična šansa za kraj, Oli Watkins, međutim nije bio precizan. Prvi remi ovih timova posle malo manje od 4 godine.
Podela bodova i krećemo domaćina jer Nottingham Forest je ponovo bio više nego dobar. Možda ih nekad muči završnica, ali pokazali su umeć.
Pa to je pre svega efekat četvrtog menadžera sezone Vitora Perire koji može da stabilizuje stvari. Ovo je dobar rezultat za Nottingham Forest zato što su izašli iz gostovanja Portu u četvrtfinalu Lige Evrope, kao što je Aston Villa imala gostovanje Bolonji, ali mnogo povoljniji rezultat i sigurniju poziciju na tabeli gledajući gde su bili Liverpool i Chelsea uoči ovog kola. Tako da mislim da je ovo nerešeno po meri jednih i drugih, iako je, ako pogledamo ovu rekapitulaciju, više kvalitetnih situacija imala Aston Villa koji jeste ove sezone i bolji i kvalitetniji tim. Tako da mislim da ovu sezonu za ova dva kluba čini izazovno to što su i dalje vrlo ozbiljni u Ligi Evrope i potencijalno crtaju sebi put za dvomečnu polufinalu tog takmičenja. Što se Aston Villa tiče, meni je ovo vrlo zadovoljavajući gde su i šta su. Nemaju oni još uvek u ovom delu sezone autoritet da pobede Nottingham koji se bori grozičalo za opstanak, iako su stvorili dovoljan broj šansi. Što se tiče Nottinghama, činjenica je da kako sastavlja Vitor Pereira sastav, negde govori da Liga Evrope nema prioritet, ali opet sa druge strane ne odustaju od toga jer oni koji ulaze sa klupe u jednom premijer ligašu imaju kvalitet da se to pomoće, odnosno da pomoće Porto na strani u Ligi Evrope. I mislim da mnogo zavisi dalja borba Nottingham Foresta za opstanak baš od tog revanša sa Portom. Hoće li igrati još dvije jako teške utakmice sa Aston Villom ili neće. I ono što bih volio da istaknem, Nico Williams koji je postigao gol jedini, on je od strane navijača izabran za najboljeg pojedinca u martu. I njegove partije su trenutno onako za baš solidnu pohvalu šta on radi ove sezone u ovom delu.
Pošto si sve uklopio i ne moram više ništa da te pitam, hajde onda da poslušamo redom i Pereiru i Unaja Emerija.
Mislim da je ovo bila veoma zahtevna utakmica protiv kvalitetnog protivnika. Aston Villa ima jasan stil igre i mnogo individualnog kvaliteta, tako da smo morali da budemo maksimalno fokusirani tokom svih 90 minuta. Zadovoljan sam načinom na koji smo se borili i kako smo odgovorili na njihove periode pritiska. U nekim trenucima smo pokazali dobru organizaciju i disciplinu, ali isto tako mislim da smo mogli biti hrabriji kada smo imali loptu u posedu. Imali smo svoje prilike i možda smo mogli da uzmemo i više iz ove utakmice, ali moramo da budemo realni i oni su stvarali šanse. Na kraju premije je verovatno najpravedniji ishod. U prvom delu nismo bili dovoljno precizni sa loptom i nismo donosili najbolje odluke u poslednjoj trećini terena. U drugom poluvremenu smo bili bolji, imali više kontrole i više situacija u kojima smo mogli da napravimo razliku, ali nismo bili dovoljno efikasni. Ipak važno je da nismo izgubili u ovakvim utakmicama kada ne možeš da pobediš, bitno je da ostaneš stabilan i uzmeš bod. Nastavit ćemo da radimo. Na kraju ovo je deo sezone gde svaki bod može biti važan. Idemo dalje, fokusirani smo na sledeći izazov.
A Tottenham čeka pakao do kraja sezone, sada su izgubili na gostovanju u Sunderlandu i nalaze se u opasnoj zoni, a ni Roberto Di Zerbi nije uspeo da im pomogne.
Ajde, momci, ne predajte se. Neke izmenice.
Jeste doskorašnji trener Olimpik Marseille.
Prvi put menjamo Kihil.
Roberto De Zerbi najavio da će ostati.
Mislim da izmene neće ući, što je već kasno.
U drugu ligu, ali navijači će imati još više razloga za zabrinutost posle 32. kola, budući da je Tottenham ispod crte i da ima 2 boda manje od gradskog rivala West Ham Uniteda. Tako da će očigledno De Zerbi pre nego što uspostavi, ako mu je tu uopšte plan na start ovog mandata, neku lepšu igru, morati da se pobrine da Tottenham zadrži u eliti, s obzirom na to da na papiru definitivno ovaj tim nije za Championship, međutim mnogo toga nije štimalo u redovima aktualnog osvajača Lige Evrope, čiju je mrežu na ovom susretu protiv Sunderlanda čuvao Kinski, nije bilo povređenog Guillerma Vikarija. Sunderland je uspeo na ovoj utakmici da prekine sjajan niz Tottenhama od 15 uzastopnih mečeva u Premier Ligi bez poraza, pa je tako ovim golom Mukielea, doduše uz malo i sreće, uspeo da savlada Tottenham prvi put od aprila 2010. godine. De Zerbi je hrabrio svoj tim, međutim kao da ni sam nije bio svestan da je došao u ekipu kojoj manjka samopouzdanja, što se potpuno kosi sa činjenicom da je recimo Tottenham prošle godine bio najbolji u drugom po snazi u UEFA-inom klubskom takmičenju. Sunderland je prevazišao očekivanja. Sunderland neće brinuti oko opstanka kao što nije brinuo ni jednog momenta praktično ove sezone i nakon 12. pobede u eliti engleskog fudbala zauzima 10. poziciju sa 46 bodova, dok će Tottenham dakle biti u zoni ispadanja.
Krećemo od domaćina jer odlični Sunderland se ponovo uključuje u borbu za Evropu i toliko ima dobro po ovom timu, zar ne?
Pa ima, zato što mnogo je bilo skeptika sa toliko dovedenih igrača u jednom prelaznom roku, sa nepoznanicom koliko će ih teško pogoditi kup afričkih nacija, sve je to negde prenebregnuo režisle Brisi. Mislim da neće na kraju Sunderland biti taj koji će se boriti za mesto na međunarodnoj sceni, ali sigurno da čine ponosnim svoje navijače koji mogu da uživaju u ovom delu sezone, a ne da strepe kao što im je bilo predviđeno i kao što je većina među njima smatrala da će biti u ovom delu takmičarske godine.
Sve zasluge i treba da idu Lebrisu, pa ajde da ga poslušamo.
Ovo je izuzetno važan rezultat za nas i veliki korak napred kao tim. Imali smo savršen balans između discipline, hrabrosti i koncentracije i to se videlo na terenu. Plan igre smo sproveli veoma dobro, bili smo kompaktni bez lopte, zatvarali prostor i čekali svoje trenutke u tranziciji. Kada smo imali loptu,
situation.
It's not like difficult also, like, because they're not playing enough games.
Yeah.
They're going to only play the Premier League, so normally there's a big game on the Wednesday in a European football, so you take someone off 60 minutes, or you start on a Saturday, the other one plays on a Wednesday, so you're more like a team. And now it feels like that he puts him on, because what you said, he feels obliged because he helped him out and he scored a few important goals. So we'll see. It will be interesting tonight.
And next season will be absolutely. He'll get that, won't he? Yeah. I mean, as I say, I'm still a little bit on the fence with him because he does some things I just love him, and some things that I'm. But time will tell.
Indeed, it will. That is Manchester United. When we come back, we'll concentrate on their rivals from Yorkshire, Leeds United. 6 games without a win, 4 games without a goal, and they are nervously looking over their shoulder now in terms of this relegation scrap. The thoughts of their manager, Daniel Farker, on the way next.
Gomez, and the header from Welbeck. The seagull scoring high. Dangerous, and Kirkes nicks in. Lewis Dunk is crestfallen. Lovely shape on that, and Welbeck turns it in. Emblematic of just how far the champions have fallen. Long hold here from Fernandez, who addresses the ball now. Sends Petrovic the wrong way. Here they come, hungry for more, and they might have another penalty. No, the referee had a long, hard look at that as Ahmad went down. Here's Christian Iwan at the other end, and puts it in for 1-1. Enemy, some opportunity for him, the ball that swung in as Manchester United back ahead. Evan Nielsen giving a shot on Maguire. He's off. Junior Krupi to tie it up at 2-2. It's not good for him. What's he done? Gordon. Anthony Gordon has been gifted the opening goal. June to Chesaning, Sunderland are back on level terms. Into the bay, just a little bit wide as he tries to put it back in. Robbie! Sunderland win it with 10 seconds remaining of the 90 minutes. Sancho, he sets it for John McGinn. Glorious set piece perfection. Morgan Rogers. Oh, he pushed away, and Watkins is there to rifle home! Skates, little teaser. Beto gets over the blind side with the defense. What a fantastic finish! Great. Oh, brilliant. And he has acres of space ahead of him. Beto! Oh! He wants the ground to swallow him up into Anjari territory. Just a defender and a goalkeeper to beat, and he does it magnificently! Anthony infield. For Lyle Foster to Vidic back across, and there's Theo Fleming! King trying to get there, Dubravka comes, King does get there! Wilson, and Harry Wilson turns the game around in Fulham's favour. Milenkovic makes the move deep again. And then it's headed in by Igor Jesus. Jesus making a movement in the middle to try and get towards the near post. Gibbs right! It's 2-0. Too many in the box. And then he's won, and he scores, and it is 3-0. Spurs have been well and truly put away here. Ahmad. Blocked by Walker Peters, and that goes again! Delivers once again for Manchester United. Ahmad. Sent back to Eriksson. Back towards Ahmad. This boy is special. kept a remarkable night at Old Trafford.
Leeds United at Old Trafford tonight, where they've not won in league games since February 1981. And as you can see, they haven't scored in their last 4 league games at all since Anton Stack scored against Aston Villa over 7 hours ago. Let's get their managerial thoughts. Here is the Leeds boss, Daniel Farker.
A win today would mean you're 6 points clear of the relegation zone. What would that mean for Leeds at this stage?
Yes, we are concentrating on the contents. If we win the game, we can speak about after this, but it's right now also important to stay humble. I think in our Premier League history, we couldn't enjoy too many wins. If I'm honest, as Leeds United, we are concentrating on the contents. We know that we need a top performance, a top balanced performance in all aspects to make out of this a tight game and have the chance to win some points in the end. This is then you have to show the quality in both boxes to be effective. But we are concentrating on the contents. If we do so, then we also have a chance to win the points and we can celebrate after. But I don't want to celebrate before the game.
I'm sure he doesn't. Not too much to celebrate in the last 6 games, just 2 points. As I say, no goals in the last 4, Michael. They are 3 points above relegation. They're actually probably top of the mini-league, trying to stay in the league, if you get my drift. And that's what they've got left after. Like, what are their percentage chances, do you think, of playing in the Premier League next season?
That is quite incredible, isn't it? Look at that. Wolves, Burnley, Spurs and West Ham. They're 4 humongous games. And you could look at them in a positive light and think, you know, there's an opportunity to get points. But what if things go wrong? There's some of their rivals, you know, teams around them, the likes of West Ham and Spurs, gaining on them, going past them maybe. So some crunch games in there. What are their percentage chance of going down? I'd probably say about 30%. Tottenham are in the worst form down there. But they're on a bad run at the moment, Leeds. They're struggling to score goals. They've got a tough game today. A lot of the teams around, West Ham, Nottingham Forest, they're picking up points at the moment. They were a few points ahead. They had a lovely little cushion only a couple of weeks ago, and now they've been dragged right back into it. So it's going to be tough for them. If they can squeeze something out of tonight, fantastic, but we've just seen some of the really important games that they've got to come.
They dearly love to, but of course it is their rivals, Manchester United at Old Trafford, that they are facing. Edwin's old captain, Nemanja Vidic, taking his place in the director's box, ready to watch on. Manchester United looking to go 10 points clear of Chelsea. Leeds could go 6 clear of the drop zone. It's huge at both ends of the table. Kick-off's next.
Matthias Cunha! That's a superb strike, and Manchester United have turned it around again!
After 4 games away from home, Mikel Arteta's side will be pleased to come back to the Emirates today, where they are unbeaten this season and today have a really big game against Manchester United.
Come on, let's go!
Do you think that this fixture has a past that makes it really special?
No, there is another element. The past, the present, the size of those clubs, the quality that's going to be on that piece. There is a lot of entertainment.
The boys are in good shape and looking forward to the game, you know, and coming here positive. We understand it's been a tough place to come for many teams, and they're a really good team. Yeah, we've got a good challenge ahead, but we're looking forward to it.
Arsenal against Manchester United. It's always a game we keenly look forward to, but this week especially, the anticipation has reached a fever pitch. Saka, Odegaard, opened his body so well, and it's turned in by Timber. Arsenal celebrate the opening goal of the Emirates. Great pressure here. Brian Mbeumo goes around the keeper and scores! Against the run of play. Manchester United make it 1-1, and Zubi Mendy can't believe the hole that he's dug for his team there. Lovely, cool, composed finish. Dorgo. Much possession inside the Arsenal half today, Patrick Dorgo. But he's done really well here. What an effort! Outstanding from Patrick Dorgo! Goals 2 weekends in a row in the Premier League. What a hit this is. What a strike. Brilliant, brilliant hit. Saka's corner again. Goalkeeper was uncertain. Must be. Ball didn't go over the line. It's going to be a goal. And Arsenal, through Mikel Merino, have got it back to 2-2 with 6.5 minutes of normal time to play. It's gone over the line. And Arsenal back in the game. Under Ruben Amorim holding on to Leeds was a big problem for Manchester United. This is Matthias Cunha! That's a superb strike! And Manchester United have turned it around again to lead again! Matthias Cunha has pulled something very, very special out of his box of tricks! Just unbelievable stuff there from Matthias Cunha. And it is back-to-back wins from Michael Carrick. And what a pair of wins they have been. First, to beat Manchester City in the derby. And now, league leaders Arsenal. This is a new light for Manchester United. They win 3-2 away at Arsenal.
Right then, the final game of this monumentous Premier League weekend. Manchester United against Leeds United at Old Trafford in the northwest of England. Good job Nemanja wasn't late to his seat, otherwise the old boss would have told him off. Sir Alex is in the house to catch up with Nemanja Vidic, and he loved the Man United-Leeds United meeting, didn't he? Are you confident Manchester United can get another job done here, Edwin?
I think so. The confidence of Leeds is not that high. I think you start early, put the pressure on. So I'm confident they will get 3 points.
Likewise, yeah, Manchester United are a different kettle of fish nowadays, aren't they? You know, Leeds have got an awful lot to play for, but Manchester United, you just see goals now, you know, with Bruno Fernandes in his right position, and he's playing incredibly well this season. Sesko playing, he'll be keen to get on the goal scoring sheet. Cunha, I love watching him play. And Ahmad's exciting. You just, all of a sudden, you feel like there's goals in this team, and a lot of it's down to what this guy has done, is the confidence he's given the team.
It feels also that there's more desire, that they're more willing to run, more willing to get back, more willing to score goals. I think that's the difference in a couple of months before that.
So under the lights, Manchester United looking to continue this run. A reminder of the team news, and Michael Carrick has had to make more changes than he's ever done before since taking charge for the second time. 4 of them. No Harry Maguire in the back 4 through suspension, but Lisandro Martinez is able to return to full fitness. Mazraoui is preferred to Dalot at right back. There is no Mainu because of injury in midfield, so Ugarte is alongside Casemiro, and Benjamin Šeško preferred in the starting 11 to Brian Mbeumo, who is a substitute. For Leeds United, no Stack, no Rodon. They make 3 changes in full. Tanaka and Goodmanson are both coming in to those areas for Leeds United, and Okafor into the attacking areas with Aronson behind Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who has scored just twice in 12 games. And remember, Leeds without a goal as a team in the last 4. And what a situation to be 10 points clear of Chelsea if they can win this. Well, what a transformation that would be.
Absolutely. I think that's what the club wanted and need to play European football, to have that momentum going, and should be good.
We talk about transformation. We saw the graphic earlier about since Michael Carrick's taken over, where they are in the league. I mean, it is a transformation. It's unbelievable, and if it continues like this between now and not starting next season, then Manchester United fans will be getting very excited about what's to come. Liverpool are not in great form. You know, Arsenal are stuttering. Manchester City is still trying to build the new team. Let's say it's not a great points total this season. And then they could be in the mix next year if they keep going.
It's still strange how they can go, eh? Let's say Liverpool, how they ended up last year, winning the league, investing 450 million into new players, and how the drop off is there.
Yeah. It's not going to take too much to be in the mix next season if they continue this form anyway.
Bruno Fernandes and Ampadu, the two captains. Leeds United 3 points above that relegation zone with 7 games left to play. Manchester United with an opportunity to go 3 points clear of Aston Villa, and as we've said, they would then have a 10-point buffer between themselves and Chelsea. Well, it is 5 out of 5 at home in the Premier League under Michael Carrick for Manchester United. Can he make it 6 out of 6? Leeds United have not won at Old Trafford in the league since February 1981. Here comes the first half then under the lights in the northwest at Old Trafford. The two Uniteds going head to head with Stephen Warnock and Mark Scott.
So it is a battle of the roses as the Whites of Leeds United make the short trip across to the home of the Reds of Manchester United. Always a fixture with plenty of edge, and there's plenty on the line too. The home side looking to take another step towards securing Champions League qualification, and the visitors aiming to put further distance between themselves and the bottom 3. What a way to finish off the Premier League weekend, Stephen Warnock.
It's a brilliant way, and this game has got everything on the line for both teams. Champions League qualifications for Manchester United, Premier League survival for Leeds, an opportunity for both teams to obtain the goals this season.
And here is Lisandro Martinez, recently back from injury, 5 games he's missed. He partners Lenny Yoro at centre-half, and Lenny Yoro with a misplaced pass, and Goodmanson away and was fouled. Paul Tierney, who is our referee this evening, eventually awarding the free kick for the challenge on the Swede.
Yeah, sharp bottoming into that misplaced pass from Yoro. Quick 1-2, blocked off by Mazraoui in that right back position. But he's going to be the full-back that's going to maraud forward. Wing back, Goodmanson is exceptionally good in forward areas.
Gabriel Goodmanson, the Swedish international, who had a good international break, didn't he, helping the Swedes qualify for this summer's World Cup. Pascal Struck, Goodmanson. Interesting that the only
Wow, what a first half from Leeds United at Old Trafford, where they haven't won a league game since 1981. A shock to the system very early on through Noah Okafor, and he followed that up again with that second goal. It could have got worse. And Michael Carrick has the toughest team talk at half-time of his tenure yet.
Well, let's look at Ruben Ammon's first goal at Ipswich Town. I mean, it was a brilliant start. Just talk me through it. It was a brilliant move.
Yeah, I mean that's probably what he asked us to do is every time we are in the final third, we need at least these 4 people to finish or to be in the finishing position.
What, in the box, basically?
In the box.
Yeah.
So probably both wing backs have to be there, and then obviously, ideally, if you have the centre forward and the 2 number 10s.
So would the 2 central midfield players, would they be meant to sit, and obviously you have license to get forward, because Ghana's gone inside,
Yeah,
hasn't he?
you can see here, obviously, Casa will sit a little bit more back. Chris will give a little bit more support if we need to win second balls. And then you have people to finish it.
Well, we're going to finish on your goals. I know you've got a few. Let's have a look at them.
Here it's a good one, because, you know why? Because especially with Casa, he likes to make the plays before it happens. So he's playing, but he's talking to me, Diogo. That's a space. So I call him and Casa, that pass. And before we talked about it, and I told him the next one, because I did 1 or 2 movements before, and I just, you know, sometimes we smell that the space is there.
And the manager can. Obviously, they have good tactics, but actually the players got to decide on the pitch, don't they?
You cannot predict, you can feel the space, and I was like, the next one has to be there, because they were too focused on Rasmus.
Really? So you told the player?
I told Cassie has to be in there. Then I didn't tell him how to pass, so I didn't know how the ball would come. But I just told him, the space has to be there.
But again, even with his experience, yours, as players, you know?
Exactly.
You know your players.
I'm not going to say, Casa, you have to put this ball, or more curved, he knows how to put the ball in there. So it was for me, it was more special that than actually the goal, because these are the type of things that the manager doesn't come to you and say, listen, if this happens or this happened, you try to find a solution. No, we just find a solution on the pitch.
Well, we got one here, to be fair, of you deciding to shoot. I mean, it's... Yeah. You remember this one?
Yes.
I mean, it's a beautiful thing. To be fair, you can feel this coming, can't you?
Yeah. And I was already thinking about shooting, to be honest, when I was in there. And then it comes practice every day. Sometimes you finish training and you're shooting from outside the box. Clearly, those type of situations, you just get a pass and then you have 2 touches to finish. So it's almost like believing that I could score. Yeah.
Dallo! Magnificent! Quite brilliant! Oh, that's a terrible ball. Mateus Nunes to Ahmad. Down he goes in the penalty area, and Manchester United get a dramatic late spot kick. Bruno Fernandes levels up the Manchester derby as the whole course of the afternoon changes in the blink of an eye. Said it, you never quite know what you're going to get in a Manchester derby. And this one has kept a sting in the tail until late on, and it may get even better for Manchester United. Ahmad! From 1-0 down, Manchester United have turned it around in the 90th minute.
Welcome back. So Leeds United, as it stands, 6 points clear of the drop zone, because they lead at Old Trafford against Manchester United by 2-0. And what a shock start your former side got, Edwin, and before the goal, Lammens was required after just 3 minutes. The warnings were there.
Yeah, absolutely. Early warning, and I think we talked a little bit too much about whatever the way the United are playing and everything, and Leeds haven't scored in four or five away games in a row. But yeah, this save after 2 minutes, yeah, it's an early warning, everything, and you've seen the way it creeped up into the defense and everything. The defensive setup is not fantastic. I think the first or the second time the pairing is there with Euro and with Martinez. Martinez coming back from an injury. I think Maguire, we didn't really speak about Maguire, just signed an extension of his contract. And I think Harry would have dealt much better with this ball. You need to be much stronger at centre half and get that ball, let's say, coming from where the ball comes from. You can see everything is set up. You don't see what's behind you. And at a certain point, he also is facing almost his own goal with his face when he tries to head the ball. And I think he needs to bring it back to that area. And he just flicks it on, and yeah, there's Okafor behind him, and he scores the goal. But he needs much stronger. This is one hand, and he should be dealing with it himself.
Noah Okafor gleefully accepting that gift, and from then on, Leeds United just went for it, didn't they?
Well, they deserved every little bit of this 2-0 victory, don't they? They've outrun them, they've outperformed them. I think their system is causing Manchester United all kinds of trouble. Their players up front, their wider players are coming inside and giving the full-backs a real problem. Do they come inside? And then they've got the wing-backs making overlaps.
Is that a foul?
Back. I didn't think so, but regardless of it is, Bruno's got to get up. You can't lie down unless you're really hurt. You've just got to get up, because that comes back to bite them in the backside in a moment. Manchester United cleared the ball 3 times. They've got no one on the edge of the box. I mean, it's a great ball. Manchester United defended it well. There's the first time it comes out the box. Leeds recycle it again. Another time it comes out the box. And then a third time they clear it again. This is a third time, and this time he finishes it, and it's a fantastic strike. I mean, this is a wonderful strike. It does take a deflection. But, I mean, Casemiro here, he looks over his shoulder, does everything you'd want from a midfielder. Looks over that shoulder, now this shoulder. Surely after that, he's aware of what's around him. So now he's on his heels, and he puts his team in trouble. As I say, the ball goes out. There's only 7 Manchester United players that can affect the game. Sesko's got to come back in. Ahmed half-heartedly just enters the picture but does nothing. Bruno's still lying down like he often does. I mean, that's 3 players that are irrelevant to the team. You can't be defending with just 7 players. And every time the ball comes out of the box, Leeds just put it back in, and put it back in, and put it back in for a 3rd time. And it was 3rd time unlucky for Manchester United. I mean, as I say, Leeds have deserved the 2-0 scoreline at half-time.
And it could have been worse, Edwin. It could have been game over right on the stroke of half-time, but for Lisandro Martinez.
Yeah, we've seen it also at more clubs. Want to play the ball all the time, and when there's a system that the opposing team finds the weaknesses and put the pressure on, put 4 or 5 players forward. Let's say Casemiro got already called out the 2nd goal, and this could have been easily a 3rd goal. Which maybe should have been for them, but I know Martinez. We played 3 years at Ajax and everything. He's a warrior, and he goes for every little thing, and he did exceptionally well this one. But it's an uphill battle at the moment, and Leeds are all over them. And I don't think United have that many chances, or not even a great chance. So struggling at the moment.
They certainly are. Michael Carrick and his staff have some talking to do. Beaten only once, of course, since he returned to the club. Some big words needed now. But at the moment, this is a big result for Leeds United and at the bottom of the Premier League for Forest, West Ham and Spurs. They're halfway to going 6 points clear of the drop zone.
Seconds of the night to go. And he comes from Tole. He's in! Victor Gyökeres in the 89th minute of the game. In from Ghana. Arsenal get it clear through Martinelli. what an end this is going to be. Match down the youngest goal scorer in Premier League history. What a player he's going to be. What a story this is. Marmouche. Another silver on the overlap. Oh my God! What a moment of genius from the City man. Burns corner. Donnarumma hasn't got there, it's in! Mavropanos with the thumping header. What a response from the Hammers. Numbers with another corner. Oh, and in! It's that man again. Bailey with a bit of pressure here. Pina. Might turn to be a good one, it is! Barkley fluffed an equaliser for Aston Villa. Bonzo caught on his heels. Cunha! Manchester United back in front. Cunha. That's the matter of Bogard. And in! It's Sesko! Have a player down inside their 6-yard box at the moment. It's found its way in. Sunderland wanted the game to be stopped. Brighton now lead at the Stadium of Light. Never matter. Finding Joe Willard. Chelsea in danger. And Anthony Gordon walks the ball into the net. Newcastle lead at the bridge. Lewis Potter, great ball in. And there's Coyote. Long ball here. It's Dango Matara. And now Tiago! 2-0 Brentford. Bellegarde. Now Armstrong took it well. Armstrong! Really well taken goal. He's Mosquera. Joao Gomez. And it's a Rockadari! It is 2-2! That's what he does! 5 direct free kick goals this season. Into the final minutes of the 90 we go. Colomboani, will it sit up for him? Richarlison! Scores a lifeline goal for Spurs! The old Evertonian! It's a show-stopping moment. Ahmad. Blocked by Walker Peters, and that goes again! Ahmad delivers once again to Manchester United! Ahmad. Sent back to Eriksson. Back towards Ahmad! This boy is special! To cap a remarkable night at Old Trafford. Jaden Bogle. Bogle's ball in. Calvert-Lewin's up there again. And that is into the back of the net from Noah Okafor. And Okafor's hit is in! It could be a red letter day for the team in white. Daylight at the home of their bitter rivals.
What a situation at half-time for Leeds United against Manchester United. But under Michael Carrick, they have got 7 points from losing positions already, but they are 2 down at the moment. Let me tell you this, Leeds United have been at least 2 goals up at half-time in 50 Premier League games, and they have not lost a single one of them. Noah Okafor there, the first Leeds United player to score more than once against Manchester United in the Premier League. His double has Leeds United in control. Manchester United have scored in their last 19 Premier League games. They need at least 2 without reply at the moment, or they'll stay on 55 points with Aston Villa. Leeds are the big climbers as it stands. Can they see it out? Here comes the second half at Old Trafford. Back to Stephen Warner and Mark Scott.
Ampadu igra se dalje, puštena je prednost. Gudmundsson, odlična varka, pobegao je Šveđanin. Ovo je vrhunska prilika za Leeds. Gudmundsson želi sve sam da završi. Donao je pogrešnu odluku pošto je imao bolje rešenja, ali povukla ga je lopta, želeo je da se upiše u strelce i da postigne svoj prvi pogodak u Premier ligi. Stigao je da mu zasmeta ovdje Leni Joro. Ponovo Sene Lamens. Ljudi iz sportskog sektora Manchester Uniteda su ubeđeni da će dobiti oko 80 miliona evra od transfera Markusa Rashforda i Rasmusa Hojlunda i za narednu sezonu je cilj pojačati pre svega sredinu terena, ali isto tako i zadnju liniju, naravno. Kada govorimo o potencijalnim pojačanjima u veznom redu, ovdje strajk ulazi u problem, Amad je agresivan, ali bio je i previše agresivan. Postavio je desnu nogu kolonski štoper i na taj način iznudio faul. Sve se to dogodilo ispred pomoćnog arbitra koji je odmah podigao zastavicu. Još jedan karton je pokazao Paul Tierney. Kakva atmosfera na tribunama. Fernandes je utisan. Nije želao više da trpi ovo što radi kapitan Uniteda. Šeško, Fernandes, Shaw. Opet se preskače sredina, meta je Kunja koji dolazi do lopte. Kunja šutira, brani Darlow. Šta je izvukao Brazilac? Na kraju će biti korner za Manchester United. Sjajan pas je poslao Luke Shaw. Lopta je preskočila Jadena Bogla, na kraju nije uspeo najbolje da izblokira ovaj udarac Pascal Strajk. Fernandes je u uglu. Jedan crveni i 3 žuta kartona su dobili igrači domaćeg tima. Fernandes na dalju stativu, tamo je Casemiro koji je dobro skočio. Leni Joršova hvata Darlow. Ipak nije bilo opasnosti. Sada Belšovin ubrzava, kakav pas je poslao, evo prilike za Leeds. Vogel, sjajna reakcija, ali Kunja se zagradio i obezbedio je sve Sene u Lamensu. Ubrzava se ritam ove utakmice. United mora da napada, iako naravno ima igrača manje. Luke Shaw, Casemiro levom nogom, dosta dobro, ali skače Gudmundsson. Lopta je preskočila Šeška, mogla da dođe do Amada. Međutim, pojavio se Šveđanin. Okafor. Kako se završi napad na jednoj, tako počne na drugoj strani. Vogel. Sada će se fudbaleri Leeds odlučiti za ipak mirniju akciju. Tanaka. Dakle, kada govorimo o potencijalnim pojačanjima Manchester United u veznom redu, najčešće se spominju Tonali, Guimaraes, Mateusz Fernandes i Elliot Anderson. Dok se na poziciji levog beka govori najviše o Raumu iz Leipziga, a odnedavno se pojavio Luis Kelly koji je sada na listi želja domaćeg tima. I to se posebno svidjelo Patrisu Evri. Eto i to da kažem.
Yes, baby, no, because you 2 days ago said tomorrow.
Justin, Fiol.
I'm on mute for my lunch. Hey. No.
Darlow.
No.
Calvert-Lewin ponovo pravi faul. Izuzetno teško čuvati Calvert-Lewina, pogotovo kada se postavi, kada se zagradi i kada pronađe pravu poziciju na terenu. Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes za Šeška koji završava na zemlji. Nije se oglasio Paul Tierney. Okafor. Došao je pored Bruma kao da ga nije bilo. Nastavlja se napad lica, ali Leni Joro zatvora Aronsona. Sada svaki igrač Manchester Uniteda mora mnogo više da trči. Fernandes. Ugarte. brzo i lepo je odreagovao. Casemiro ima dosta prostora ispred sebe, a ima i Mateusa Cunha, mora da se pojavi Luke Shaw. Na njegovo mjesto odlazi Casemiro, dobije loptu Brazilac, bit će korner za United. Diogo Dalo i Brian Mbeumo. Oni će dobiti šansu vrlo brzo, 68 minuti u toku. Daniel Farke ništa ne menja. Fernandes, kratka kombinacija. Cunha bio je izblokiran, ovo će biti još jedan udarac iz ugla. Sada Amat preuzima prekid, a na ivici kaznenog je Bruno Fernandes zajedno sa Cunhom. Amat. Evo Portugalca sa loptom. Fernandes na dalju stativu, dobro je Casemiro! Pa ponovo on! Vraća se United i opet glavom Brazilac trese mrežu. 17. asistencija za Bruno Fernandesa. United ima igrača manja, ali ima i dosta vremena do kraja. Namestio se kapitan domaćih, podigao loptu, morat ćemo da sačekamo. Da li je Casemiro bio najbliži gol out liniji? Poklonio se nekadašnji fudbaler Real Madrida tamo na daljoj stativi, odakle uglavnom i napada u ovakvim situacijama. Prevario je Darula i zatresao mrežu. Dao je veštačko disanje svom klubu, ali da li je bio na pravo mesto? Ovo je 8. gol za Casemira i 17. asistencija za neverovatnog Bruna Fernandesa. Još 3 mu nedostaju da izjednači rekord Kevina De Bruynea i Thierryja Henrya. Ušli su Diogo Dalo i Brian Mbeumo. Sve je čisto, United je prepolovio prednost rivala. Sada se budi uspavani teatar snova koji je bio uspavan u jednom trenutku. Mazraoui i Amat su završili utakmicu, fudbaleri koji nisu mnogo toga doneli ekipi. Sada će desna strana u napadačkom smislu biti mnogo konkretnija, u to nema sumnje. Darlow. Dalo. 20 minuta do isteka 90. Skače Cunha. Evo šanse za Leeds. Brendan Aronson ostaje na nogama, ali sjajan je Ugarte. Potreban je i on. Mbeumo smeta firmi Fernandesu, ali se snašao Portugalac. Diogo Dalo, mislim da mu je potrebna podrška, igra protiv Gudmundsona. Dalo sačuvao je loptu. Bruno Fernandes ponovo podiže glavu. Casemiro reaguje, nevjerovatan je vazduhu, Brazilac Mbeumo, makazice. Fernandes vraća loptu 16-terac. Aronson, ovo je faul za Leeds. Ostao je Amerikanac na travi. 4 gola i 3 asistencije ima nekadašnji fudbaler Uniona. Ustao je Daniel Farke. Čovek zvani promocija. 2 puta je uvodio Norwich. Vratio je i Leeds u elitno društvo. I ono što je zanimljivo, u sva 3 navrata je osvajao titulu. Jasno je da mu druga liga Engleske i tekako prija, ali isto tako je i poznato da ima velike probleme u premijershipu kada treba da izbori opstanak. 2021. je ispao sa Norwichom sa poslednjeg mesta kada je ovaj klub osvojio samo 21 bod. Vidjet ćemo šta će raditi sa klubom sa Elland Roada. James Justin. 4-0, šuteri u okvir gola u drugom poluvremenu, 7-3 ukupno. United igra sa igračom manje od 56. minuta. Na travi je završio out Tanaka. Čuju se zvižduci. Šampanac igra izuzetnu sezonu, zaista, evo ga Ilija Grujev. Odmah je spreman da zameni Tanaku, a evo ga i Wilfred Jonto. Sada će biti teško Unitedu da brani kontre gostujućih tima. Wilfred Jonto je neverovatno brz i agilan fudbaler, obožava situacije 1 na 1, strašan je dribler. Rekao sam da su svojevremeno on i Daniel Farke imali određene probleme. Ali treba podsjetiti da Farke u te okolnosti nisu nepoznate, pošto je pre otprilike 5 ili 6 godina nemački trener imao sličnu situaciju dok je vodio Norwich, tada sa Cantelom i Buendijom koji je sad u Aston Villi. Njih dvojicu je također izbacio iz tima u jednom momentu, iz istog razloga kao što je to uradio sa Njontom. Kasnije su se Buendija i Cantel vratili u ekipu i na kraju je Norwich izborio plasman u Premier ligu. Eto, jako slična situacija. Jako sličnu situaciju je Daniel Farke imao i sa Njontom. Izlazi Noah Okafor, dvostruki strelac večeras. Njega menja Njonto. Bruno i dalje prizovara. Negde ne žuri Švajcarac. Izašao je i Ao Tanaka, umjesto njega će Ilija Grujev. Počeo je 75. minut, prve promjene je izvršio Daniel Farke. 2 od 1, kao što je to uradio i Michael Carrick nešto ranije. Gudmundsson, agresivni su sada fudbaleri u crvenim dresovima, evo ga Njonto. Na leđima mu je Bruno i dalje Njonto, odličan je kapitan Uniteda, izbija loptu, traži Benjamina Šeška pod pritiskom Jaka Biol. Justin. Dobar pas, može Aronson da napadne, tu je i Jaden Bogle da pomogne. Sada Ampadu. Justin. Aronson. Ponovo James Justin. Ulazimo u posljednjih 15 minuta, ne računajući nadoknadu. Ethan Ampadu. Bio. Strajk. Ponovo Ampadu. Grujev. Pokušat će maksimalno da umrte tempo fudbaleri Lica. Sada se Licem okrenuo Wilfred Jonto, ali je vratio pasu nazad na kraju. Ampadu lepo menja stranu. Bogle pored Šoa, dobar centaršut, skočio je Leni Joro. Casemiro. Šta sve donosi Casemiro Manchester Unitedu? Ethan Ampadu. Ampadu, da li je bilo prekršaja, kaže Tirni da je sve čisto, a lopta dolazi do Bogla. Bogle, sada ga je izblokirao Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw mora da bude posebno oprezan pošto ima žuti karton. Čeka Bogle Ampadua, šta se sada događa? Velšanin će vratiti loptu igru, po samo sudeći da. I pokušat će da isto ubaci daleko u 16-terac Manchester Uniteda, sudeći po ovom zaletu. Sve ovo predugo traje, Ampadu na Calvert-Lewina, hvata Sene Lamens. Belgijanac gleda raspored i na kraju pronalazi Dioga Dalova. Fernandes. Dalo kreće napred. Nudi se Ugarte, loptu dobija Šeško. Nije uspio da sačuva posed. Vrlo lako je ispao iz ovog duela sa Biolom. Sada Njonto. Ovo su situacije koje traži mladi Italija. Napada Fernandeša. Njonto pomaže mu Gudmundsson. I dalje Njonto nije previše agresivan. Aronson. Ampadu. Wilfred Njonto, pa Jaka bio. Bogl. Evo ga Njonto i na desnoj strani. Bogl uposlio je bivšeg fudbalera Intera koji je izbacio Kazemira. Njonto, dobar centaršut. Reaguje Leni Joro. Eto koliko je opasan omoleni Italijan. Gruev. Sam je Bogl, dobija loptu. Bogl lepo podiže. Calvert-Lewin brani ovo sve Lavens.
Dobar ovaj gol.
Kakve dve šanse je na ovoj utakmici propustio bivši napadač Evertona. Da li će United sve to kazniti? Ponovo lopta ide daleko napred. Meta je Brian Mbeumo koji je lepo prihvatio ili ipak ne. Spetljao se Kamerunac, aut je za Leeds. Vidjet ćemo šansu koju je propustio Dominic Calvert-Lewin. A ovo su situacije koje prosto obožava i koje sve vreme čeka visoki napadač. Lopta je preskočila Lenija Jora, ali to nije iskoristio 29-godišnji Englez. Šta se događa? Casemiro, zanimljivo dodavanje. Mbeumo, kakav blok. Pojavio se Jaka bio u poslednjem momentu. Ovo je bila dobra šansa za tim Michaela Carricka. Sa mnogo osjećaja je Brazilac podigao loptu. Kao što sam rekao, neverovatno je šta sve Casemiro donosi Unitedu. Znate i sami šta su mu navijači pevali posle onog gola protiv Aston Ville. Poručili su mu da ugovor na još godinu dana. On je rekao kako se njegova supruga rasplakala zbog toga, a ovo će ipak biti gol out za Leeds. Casemiro će napustiti United, ali je rekao da će doživotno ostati navijač ovog kluba. Joro. Ponovo Casemiro. Sada Fernandes. Nudi se Tole. Portugalska kombinacija na desnoj strani Old Trafforda. Evo ga Mbeumo. Casemiro podiže, Kunja, lepo je spustio grudima, Kunja! Nije bilo toliko bezopasno, iz okreta je malte ne šutirao Brazilac, ali je sigurno uhvatio loptu ka Darlow. Greši Nelson, ali greši i Tole. Tvrd prijem desnog beka Manchester Uniteda, Njonto. Pogledajte koliko je razređena odbrana domaćeg tima. Calvert-Lewin. Nudi se Gruev. Sada Njonto. Gruev. Gudmundsson. Loš pas. Do lopte je došao Leni Joro. Sada greši Fernandes. Gruev. Calvert-Lewin. Aronson. Sjajno reaguje kapitan Uniteda. Casemiro. Sada on greši, ogromna gužva na malom prostoru, ali United jednostavno ne želi panično da izbije loptu što dalje od svog gola. Gudmundsson, čisti Ugarte, Gruev, pa Njonto, opet Ampadu, strajk. Minuta je do isteka 90. Stoti ligaški derbi Ruža, stoti duel ligaški, naravno Manchester Uniteda i Leedsa. Ugarte. Leeds United nikada u Premier Ligi nije slavio na Old Traffordu. Sjajan je bio Mbeumo. Evo ga Kunja. Sada Šeško ne može da sačuva posed u najvažnijim trenucima. Aronson. Sačuvao je loptu Amerikanac. Gruev ima dosta snage, a ima i dosta prostora ispred sebe. Gruev! Zašto je ovo uradio reprezentativac Bugarske? U čudu je ostao Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Krenuo je napred bivši fudbaler Werdera i na kraju je odlučio da šutira. Nije bio precizan u najmanju ruku. Leni Joro. Luke Shaw. Kunja. United kao da je počeo da igra od kada je dobio crveni karton. Shaw. Sjajan pas. Casemiro. Casemiro nije uspio da provuče ovu loptu. Sada Ugarte.
Da, finish it, down. He's down, no.
sa jednim štoperom igra Manchester United od 56 minuta. Ugarte, Fernandes. Fernandes. Tražio je Mbuma i uspio da ga pronađe Pascal Strajk, izbija loptu u korner. Podiže Brian Mbuma svoje navijače jer su ovo situacije koje čeka domaća ekipa. Fernandes ide po 18. asistenciju, pokušat će da dođe do nje. Šeško i Kazemiro su u kadru. Fernandes na dalju stativu. Ovo će sada biti goal out. Meta je bio Luke Shaw, što je jako zanimljivo. 178 cm visoki Engles. Longstaff se sprema. To će biti treća promjena za Daniela Farkija. Fernandes. Sada bio. Joro. Koliko je posla danas imao Francus. Nisam siguran da je očekivao baš ovakvu utakmicu. Mladi štoper. Joshua Zirkze pomaže ovdje svom timu. Dodao je loptu Luku Shawu kako bi ovaj isto vratio što pre u igru. Ugarte. Kazemiro. Sada Fernandes. Fernandes. A nevjerovatno loptu ima prema Fernandes. Mbeumo, dobar centar šut. Evo Šeško! Kakva prilika za United. Shaw šutira, bio je izblokiran Engles. Još jedan korner za domaći tim. Kakvu situaciju i kakvu šansu imao Benjamin Šeško. Fenomenalan skok. Odličan i trza i glavom, ali ostao je miran Darlow. Ostaje i 2-1 za Leeds. Fernandes, opet na dalju stativu. Kakve dve prilike su imali futboleri Majka Kerika. Joro, kratak je ovo pas. Do lopte će doći, Kubucu podiže ruku, Wilfred Njonto, snašao se Šeđanin, ovo je sada dobra prilika za ekipu Daniela Farkija. Njonto napašće Daloa, Njonto ulazi 16-terac, Njonto namešta se na desku, sve ovo dugo traje, evo ga Bogl, on može da proba, Bogl, odličan je Kunja, na kraju je Brazilac, iznudio posle za svoj tim. Kakve prilike je propustio Manchester United od kada je ostao sa igračima. To isključenje Lisandra Martinesa je potpuno preporodilo ekipu koliko god to čudno zvučalo. Žuti karton dobija Ethan Ampadu. Ući će Sean Longstaff da se pojača sredina terena. Samo da vidimo umjesto koga. Izlazi Brendan Aronson, defanzivna promjena. Igrat će sigurno Longstaff, dosta defanzivnije u odnosu na ono što je igrao Brendan Aronson. Shaw. Nemamo vremena da pogledamo ona dva šuta, ona dva pokušaja fudbalera Manchester Uniteda, 87. minut. Mislim da je opet Kazemiro pravo glavom tamo na dalje stativi, mada blizu je stajao i Leni Joro. Njonto ima dosta prostora ispred sebe. Vraća se Diogo Dalot. Njonto pas u prostor. Otviznuo se Ugarte, ali je uspio da interveniše ispred Calvert Lewina. Da, a ko drugi nego Kazemiro, neverovatno. Opet je savladao Darlowa, ali na gol liniji interveniše Calvert Lewin. Nije uspeo pre nekoliko minuta da postigne pogodak za 3-1, ali je sada sprečio izjednačenje. Kakva greška, evo ga Gudmundsson, ovo je šansa za Leeds. Brani se United, prilika je za Gueva da šutira. Dobar blok. Sjajan je Luke Shaw. Čeka se Bogle. Dodatno nervira navijače na ovom Traffordu. Sjajan posao je odradio Diogo Dalo, ali je ipak neprecizno izbio loptu. Justin, Bogle. Bogle nije mogao da prođe ovaj pas, na pravo mesto je stajao Luke Shaw koji je pogrešio. Faul je napravio Manuel Ugarte. Mnogo posla, naravno, i za Pola Tiernija večeras.
Dobro isto. Zvajno. Da, okej, ajde. Okej, let me to finish this to go on. Don't do it. It's fine.
Sean Mogstav preuzima prekid.
It's fine.
Tu je i Jaden Bogle, naravno vidjet ćemo kratku kombinaciju. Sada Justin. Ukoliko Leeds sačuva ovu prednost, osvojit će 36. bod. I imat će 6 više od Tottenhama koji je prvi ispod crte. Sa druge strane, United će ostati na 55 osvojenih bodova, imat će isto koliko i Aston Villa. Ali United zbog nešto bolje gol razlike zauzima treću poziciju. Sedam bodova ekipa Michael Carricka ima više od Chelsea koji je na 6. mestu. Na 6 kola do kraja. Ko slove utakmice? Fernandes nije prošao dodavanje, sada Calvert-Lewin. Calvert-Lewin napada dubinu, nije dobio loptu, mogao je da bude tragičar, možda će biti junak. Njonto. Sada Gruev. Bio, odnosno strajk, izvinjavam se, Ampadu. Njonto nije prošao. United kreće napred, Diogo Dalo. Šeško. Opet je zasmetao Paul Tierney. Bruno Fernandes, vrlo lepo. Shaw, evo prilike, Shaw. Korner je za Manchester United, 90. minut. Polako ističe, ulazimo u sudijsku nadoknadu. Igraće se još 7 minuta. Spreman je Fernandes. Da li će ponovo gađati dalje u stativu? Bruno, upravo tako, Bruno, sada nije bilo precizno, Diogo Dalo hvata volej i šalje loptu na tribine od Trafforda. Moraju da ostanu mirni igrači Leeds Uniteda, to sada prilike govori i Daniel Farke. Bio je u jednom trenutku, odnosno bilo je u jednom trenutku čak i navoda kako bi Leeds u novu premijer ligašku sezonu mogao da krene bez Farkea. Međutim, uprava kluba je ipak povukla jedan, pa pre svega ljudski potez. Ostavila je Nemca, nagradila ga je za titulu osvojenu u Championshipu. Za sada bar da je donela pravi potez. Ali ima mnogo do kraja sezone. Šta je uradio ovde Gudmundsson? Mbeumo napada strajka. Mbeumo ide u levu stranu, ali bio je izblokiran. Na kraju je napravio faul u napadu. Prekid preuzima Darwin. Evo kako izgleda tabela. Dakle, 6 bodova više će Leeds imati od Tottenhama ukoliko ovako ostane. Dalo izbija u aut. Gudmundsson. Gudmundsson traži Njonta, reaguje Leni Joro. Sada Ampadu. Strajk. Biol. Bogl. Longstaff. Pa Wilfred Njonto, ponovo na desnoj strani terena. Ampadu. Ne žele ništa da rizikuju fudbaleri Lica. Kreši Davo. Razgovor je dobio od Justina. Lopta ostaje ili ipak ne? Bić out za Manchester United. Joro. Opga je odgurno kao da to je Sena Lamens. Oglasio se Paul Tierney. Fernandes, pa Joro. Potreban je Bruno Fernandes svom timu u svakom napadu. Sada ostaje na sopstvenoj polovini. Joro kombinuje sa Mbumom koji želi da promeni stranu. Luke Shaw, Kunja, dobar dupli pas ili ipak ne, imali prekršaja, kaže Tierney da je sve bilo čisto. Oštro prigovara Brazilaca, ima žuti karton. Bio je u duelu sa Ampaduom. 3 minuta do kraja utakmice. Leni Joro. Manuel Ugarte. Fernandes. Spojnim delom stopala, pronalazi Kunju. I dalje Fernandes, sada Ugarte. U ovakvim situacijama svaki fudbaler Manchester Uniteda gleda gde je kapitan. Tole. Mbumo. Joro, da li će on centrirati? Hoće. Casemiro je na daljoj stativi. Casemiro. Bića korner za Manchester. Ne, offside. Mislim da je dosuđena nedozvoljena pozicija. Da. Podignuta je zastavica. Casemiro je bio najbliži gol out liniji po svemu sudeći i jeste. Očigledan offside. Ništa od kornera za Manchester United. Ponovo je postigao pogodak 34-godišnji Brazilac. Njegov 8. od početka sezone u Premier Ligi. Toliko puta je spasavao svoj tim. Ostaje da vidimo da li će njegov gol pomoći večeras Unitedu da dođe bar do boda. Joro. Ampadu. Sada Njonto. Gudmundsson, ponovo Njonto, puštena je prednost, čini mi se da je rukom zakačio loptu Mbumo. Njonto protiv dvojice, protiv Daloa. Goal out. Još 80 sekundi. Rizikuju domaći, Ugarte, kratko dodavanje. Skače Casemiro, Šeško, Mbumo. Igraće protiv Gudmundsona koji se momentalno približio Kameruncu. Obratite pažnju koliko je agresivan Šveđanin. Fernandes, čeka se centaršut, loše. Nije dovoljno dobro podigao loptu. Bruno Fernandes pada. Manuel Ugarte viče faul. Koliko je ovakvih duela imao Dominik Calvert-Lewin. Na kraju će doći bez žutog kartona. Jasno je da je junak ove utakmice Noah Okafor, pošto je postigao oba pogotka za gostujući tim, ali ono što je na terenu radio Dominik Calvert-Lewin je također od ogromnog značaja. Napred kreći Sena Lamens. Ističe 7. minut sudijske nadoknade. Bruno Fernandes je pored lopte. Fernandes. Ovo je poziv za Daloa da krene. Diogo Dalot. Ponovo Fernandes. Odnika. Mora kapitan da pošalje pas u desnu stranu. Centrirat će Ugarte. Brani se Leeds Uniteda. Paul Tierney kaže da je utakmica gotova. Na kolenima je završio Daniel Farke koji je ponovo pobedio Michaela Carricka. Klub Silent Roada je osvojio ogromna 3 boda na Old Traffordu. Okafor malo čas u kadru, dvostruki strelac večeras, on je postigao oba pogotka za Leeds United, prvi u 5. a drugi u 29. minutu, ali ono što je u drugom poluvremenu radio Dominic Calvert-Lewin je zaista od ogromnog značaja bilo za gostujući tim. Iznudio je crveni karton i sprečio čist pogodak Kazemira, ako se dobro sećam, da, on je probao glavom, to je bilo pri rezultatu 2-1 za Leeds. Tako da ekipa Daniela Farkea je ove noći imala dva junaka, Okafora i Calvert-Lewina. Razočaran je Michael Carrick, njegov tim je ostao dakle sa igračem manje već u 56. minutu kada je direktan crveni karton dobio Lisandro Martinez. United je izgubio utakmicu od Leedsa iako je imao 23, čak i 24 dana da spremi ovaj meč. Na kraju je u većem delu susreta delovao dosta bezidejno i stigla je kazna od strane ekipe Selhurst Roada. Još jednom da ponovim, veliku pobedu je ostvario Leeds na Old Traffordu, na kraju je slavio 2-1, strelci su bili Noah Okafor sa jedne i Casemiro sa druge strane, 17. asistenciju od početka sezone je upisao Bruno Fernandes. To bi bilo to što se tiče ovog susreta, ja se nadam da ste uživali, vi ostanite uz Arenu Sport, pozdravlja vas Filip Marković.
They love to get a big win at. It is Old Trafford. Remember, they haven't done that in the league since 1981. Edwin, as Michael says, Manchester United had the handbrake off there in the second half, but the damage was done in that lacklustre first half, wasn't it?
Yeah, clearly to see. First half was not that interesting to watch. Too many defensive errors, to be fair, and we're all over the place. Second half, after the standing of Martinez, there came a bit of a fight into Man United. Created some chances. Of course, Casemiro, we have seen it all those years, strong with his head. One cleared of the line by Calvert-Lewin, so doing his defensive work also on that part. It became a close game in a fraction of it, and unlucky for United that they lost this one. And it's a big blow. And what I said, we were talking quite positive about Man United, about Michael Carrick. About the situation, and I don't think that anyone expected this one, this result, also on the back of not scoring so many goals, last away game lost. And that way, it's for Leeds a great result, for United a big blow.
Yes, for Leeds it's a huge result, and why wouldn't they celebrate with those fans at Old Trafford in particular? And as you mentioned when you saw those fixtures before the game, Burnley and Wolves. In fact, it's Wolves at home next. For Leeds, you can argue if they win that, they're virtually there, aren't they?
Exactly that, yeah, you'd have to think that that's the hard bit done now. You saw a lot of these celebrations at Old Trafford a year or two ago, and then you thought, well, do you know what, is it a big deal winning at Manchester United? But nowadays it is. Manchester United are very hard to beat nowadays, and this is a big result. Big result for Leeds, as I say, it's probably the one that they didn't budget on, let's say. If they could have squeezed a point out of this, they would have snapped your hand off before the game. But to get three is very, very nearly job done for that man.
Yeah, huge smile on the face, and understandably so for Daniel Farke's team, who've actually only lost 4 of their last 19 league games, but that 6-point cushion must feel huge at the moment. And here he comes with those Leeds fans. He wants a little bit more. He knows the significance as a Leeds manager to win at Old Trafford. Special moment for him, and indeed in the context of his team's season. What a Premier League weekend this has been. We said it is the business end of the season. It hasn't disappointed. West Ham with those 4 goals and huge 3 points kicked us off on Friday night. Then the big shock at the Emirates, the leaders Arsenal losing at home to Bournemouth, and then Liverpool getting back to winning ways in terms of their Champions League chase at home to Fulham. Defeat for Newcastle, a big point for Forest in their fight for survival, but Roberto De Zerbi's first game in charge of Spurs ending in defeat at Sunderland. Manchester City did their job with a dominant second half display at Chelsea, and Leeds United win at Manchester United in the top flight in the league for the first time since 1981. So it's all changed at the top and bottom of this incredible weekend. At the top, the gap now between Arsenal and City, 6 points. City have that game in hand, and of course, we have this enormous game looming at the Etihad between the top two on Sunday. Then come Manchester United and Villa, locked on 55 points. Liverpool in the fifth and final Champions League spot on 52. 4 clear of Chelsea, who they have to play yet, and of course Chelsea play Manchester United next. As we know, looking bleak for Wolves and for Burnley, but it is Spurs who stay in the drop zone after West Ham got out of it on Friday night. The Hammers fourth from bottom, Forest edged up to 33 points, but the big movers are Leeds United up to 36, a 6-point cushion now between themselves and the drop zone. All the reaction on the way will reflect on an incredible game, really. What a start for Leeds United. They did all the damage, both goals from Okafor in that first half. Manchester United's challenge became more difficult after that violent conduct red card for Martinez. They did give themselves hope through Casemiro, but he's jumping for joy, and rightly so.
Cunha. That's the better of Bogard. And in! It's Šeško off the bench to score for Manchester United.
Programme. Well, it won't surprise you to know that it is raining here at Old Trafford. It might have been more of a surprise had it been sunny, but plenty of excitable chatter. The fans might be damp, but it hasn't dampened their enthusiasm. But everybody is confident this game is surely going to be a cracker. It's all to play for here at Old Trafford. Manchester United against Aston Villa, probably in the rain, and the kickoff is coming soon.
They are with the same points like us. And today, playing away for us is a huge challenge here in Old Trafford.
You know, we're in a decent run. The boys are in a good place still. You know, we had a bit of a setback and the result that we didn't quite like, so we want to bounce back, and the focus is on us really, being in a good place, doing the things right. We know that helps us and playing to our strengths.
Let's go, boys, let's go, let's go! One of the Premier League's great stages. The theatre of dreams. It's seen 4 successive home wins here as Manchester United focus in on a top 4 finish. This an afternoon in the Manchester rain that looks and smells like a season definer. And others with another corner and in! It's that man again! Casemiro from the corner for Manchester United. 1-0. Bailey's corner. Nearly came for Bogard. Mings. Bailey. Bit of Villa pressure here. Shaw. Digne. Might turn to be a good one, it is! It's Ross Barkley! Barkley blasts an equaliser for Aston Villa. His first Premier League start for 14 months. And Aston Villa back on terms at Old Trafford. Conso caught on his heels. Cunha! Manchester United back in front. Mateus Cunha back on the goal trail. Casemiro. Cunha. That's the better of Odegaard. And in! It's Sesko off the bench to score for Manchester United. That's what he does. And with 10 to play, surely that's enough for Manchester United. Manchester United back on track. These two clubs started as equals. They finished with Manchester United streaking ahead. Final score at Old Trafford, Manchester United 3, Aston Villa 1.
What a night at Old Trafford. One he hoped for, but he might not have expected that. And it's absolutely huge, and a shot in the arm for Leeds United's chances of staying in the Premier League. The Champions League chase still very much on for Manchester United. They have a buffer, but the 10 men that finished, beaten by their arch rivals, who understandably enjoyed every single second of that. Last Leeds United manager to beat Manchester United way back in 2002, the late Terry Venables, courtesy of Harry Kewell's winner, Daniel Farke, knows the importance for his club of this fixture. Right, let's have a look at the big talking points of the second half when Leeds United were 2-0 up. Manchester United's challenge down to 10 men, just 56 minutes into the game. Lisandro Martinez, after the intervention of VAR and John Brooks, Edwin, for violent conduct, pulling the hair of Dominic Calvert-Lewin. What do you make of this?
Yeah, of course, it's not nice. You can't do it. He's really grabbing for it. But I find a red card harsh for for that. Like it's for me it would be a yellow. It's probably in the books and everything, the rules. It's violent conduct is a red card. But that, yeah, not nice, but yellow card is fine.
Yeah, I mean, Edwin summed it up really. It's in the rules that it's red. What can you do? What can the referee do? He gets made aware of it. He doesn't see it in normal time. I didn't see it in normal time. Not many people did, I'm sure. But then when you look at it, he does grab his hair. He does pull it. It is in the rule book.
And the players know those rules.
And the players know that. In fact, is that the third one this season? I think there's certainly been Michael Keane got sent off for Everton for doing it. Pretty sure it's the third one. But anyway, everybody knows that it's a red card. So as much as I understand what Edwin's saying, a yellow card, it doesn't feel the worst crime in the world. It's not like he's broken his leg or something. I don't know what the referee can do other than give him a red card.
How many games suspension will this be?
It's violent conduct. Will be 3.
Will be 3?
Yeah, which is double pain.
Top of whatever, a red card.
Harry Maguire's coming back, but it's no consolation for Martinez, is it?
No. But it seemed to galvanise United. The handbrake was well and truly off, and Casemiro got the goal, and Old Trafford was up and believing at this point.
Absolutely, it's always nice to play this side. Well, of course, you want to win, you want to be in front and everything, but when you're down, you know that Stratford End will do something special. And when the ball goes into the box, Casemiro, it's a great header. He finds the back post and everything, and steers it to the back post, and that way it's galvanizing the team a little bit. We got a few other opportunities after that. Some stretches Leeds felt a little bit in panic. Sometimes they had 10 minutes of ball possession, but it was just not enough to get the equaliser done.
Yeah, they did have a couple of goal mouth incidents, shall we say, and Dominic Calvert-Lewin once prevented them right on the line, didn't he?
Yeah. Quite incredible,
in the end.
Yeah, I mean, full credit to Manchester United. In that second half, they did have a go, and as we all know, with 10 men for the vast majority of it, and Calvert-Lewin there at the double. I mean, quite incredible. We all look at Calvert-Lewin and think, how important is he in the other box? But that's like scoring a goal. Twice he denies Manchester United. I mean, it's a great header from Casemiro. How good is he in the air? Incredible for someone of his size. He times, brave in the air, but Calvert-Lewin did exceptional well.
It's nice to see like whatever the things that you speak before the game. So your position is 6 yard box. If the ball goes over the top of you, you drop back on the line. Sometimes you forget it, but this specific action, it was there. It saved them whatever the equalizer, and 3 points probably on the way to safety for Leeds United.
Absolutely, a huge intervention there from Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Nothing then for Manchester United tonight. A second defeat under Michael Carrick. Here's the United skipper, Bruno Fernandes.
Bruno, there was a lot to that game, but how do you assess it?
No, we gave the game away in the first half. We were not up to the game straight away with their intensity. We knew they wanted to press us 1v1. We had to be better on the first ball, but even better in the second ball. We weren't great. We gave too much space away, and we ended up going 2-0 down. We had time still in the second half to turn it around, but it was not possible.
What was the message at half-time to try and change things?
No, the message was just by the manager was just for us to try to lift the standard on the intensity, try to be a little bit more aggressive, and that's it.
People will obviously be questioning the break that there's been 24 days in between matches. Do you put that down to the way that you performed tonight?
No, it is what it is. We have to play for cup, so we have to blame ourselves to be out of the game for so long. That's what it is. The game was today. We had to prepare ourselves in the best way. We did, but wasn't enough to win the game today.
There was a moment as well where Martinez was sent off. He was shown a red card. How was that explained to you?
I'm not talking about the referee. If I talk about the referee, I'm going to get in very, very big trouble because the rules are different for everyone and apply different for everyone. The difference in the yellow cards, you can also see it. So it's better that I don't say anything.
Okay, going forward then, still lots to play for. Still in a really good position in terms of Champions League qualification. What do you learn from a game like this to go into the rest of really important games for the end of the season?
No, it doesn't change anything of what we want to achieve. We know that our aim is to stay in the top 4. It's all by our side. We have to win our games, and if we do that, we're going to be in the position we want to be at the end of the season.
Yes, they're still in a strong position. 24 days without a game. And Leeds have just played a quarter-final and got into a semi-final. Does that come into it at all in terms of that slow start, do you feel, sharpness-wise?
I think Leeds was they were all over Man United in the first half, and of course it's a reason. You can point at that. 24 days, 25 days without a game. I think we've seen some pictures of people a couple of days off. They went on holiday, went to the US. The training camp in Ireland is not the same as preparing for a match. When you have a pre-season or mid-season break, let's say, like you have in Holland, and you go away for training camp a week, you know when the game is. And this period, more than 3 weeks, it's a long period. But I think Leeds deserved the win, the result in the first half. They were a better team. They were well equipped. They set out their intentions, and they got the goals. And second half, United came back, but just not enough. And so you can point at that reason, but I don't think it's a fair one.
And should credit be given to Leeds there, because we've seen a lot of teams near the bottom go to grounds like Old Trafford and put players behind the ball and just try and hit on the counter. They were right on the front foot into United faces from the start tonight.
Yeah, they were, and I don't think they know another way to play, really. I think they like that system, the energy that they've got. I thought the system played a big role actually in dominating that first half against Manchester United. You know, when they bring their two attacking players inside, I felt it was difficult for the fullbacks to track them, especially then if the wing backs of Leeds would go and run into that space. So the fullbacks were almost staying in their positions, and then they were getting room in behind Casemiro and Ugarte as well. So I thought the system killed Manchester United in the first half, and they had to tweak it a little bit to prevent that in the second half. It's a fascinating system. It's strange, isn't it? Because Manchester United struggles so much to play with a 3 at the back. But some teams, when it clicks, it really is a hard system to play against.
Well, it was a mid-season change, wasn't it?
It was and almost forced upon him, really. Everything was going wrong, and it was like, what else can we do? And they just changed it, and all of a sudden they landed on something.
Half time at City. Yeah.
The players really got a grip of the system. As I say, it can be a very, very difficult formation to pick up. But if you play it right, it's so difficult to play against. And I think Manchester United found that in the first half.
That's interesting. But they didn't show any fear, did they, for a team in a relegation battle?
No, I must say I've not seen Leeds United too much, of course, in preparation of this game. There's a few highlights and everything, but yeah, they surprised me very much how they set up. It was very positive. They played some nice football, great crosses into the box. Maybe United heaped some difficulties on themselves and everything. Casemiro scanning what was getting robbed of the ball.
Was Mainu missing there?
I think what Michael Carrick did exceptionally well, also bringing Mainu back in. It's a graduate of the youth system, so to bring somebody back here, I think for United it's really important to have a youth coming through, and I think he represents a certain value. So to bring him back in, making sure that he's appreciated, and I think he made a difference also in many games. And I think with the two midfielders, Ugarte and Casemiro, I think it's a little bit the same, similar type of players. Of course, Casemiro, a little bit more strength and attacking wise than Ugarte, but I think they missed him, and I'm not really sure, even the first half with Benjamin Sesko up front, if that was the right option to go for.
And let's remind ourselves of Leeds' dynamic start, Michael, because Manchester United were wide open at the back, and they had a warning prior to this goal, didn't they, before Okafor scored?
Well, they did, yeah. Look how much space they've got out wide there and how narrow the full-backs are of Manchester United. I thought they could have stopped that at source. Ugarte, he lets the cross come in far too easy. It's not like he's struggling. He actually tracks the run and he gets back quite well. And then slows down. I think he thinks it's under control, and then he just lets the cross come in. And that's a really dangerous cross. And obviously Edwin mentioned at half-time what Yoro should be doing. He should be aiming to head the ball where it's come from. Big, strong, you want your centre-half dominating in that situation. But he gets out-muscled by Calvert-Lewin, and the ball just flicks off him. And, I mean, who's the last person you want the ball to drop to in his vein of form at the moment? Okafor knocks it in to the other side of the goal, to where the goalkeeper's sort of shuffling across too. So, amazing start for Leeds.
Yeah. And then this was 2-0. I mean, right from when Bruno Fernandes went down, Edwin, but Manchester United could have numerous opportunities to clear this.
Yeah, absolutely. What we talked about in the half-time, and Michael showed the pictures 4 or 5 times. And of course, you have to play one less, but he's looking at the referee. He's going down again. We know a little bit what kind of player Bruno Fernandes is. Would know that also. This was a great stop from Yoro. Would have played Martinez, played Casemiro in. Not sure if that was the right decision, but yeah, it's in and out. Leeds is getting the second balls, bringing them back in. At a certain point, you see like 4 players like on the edge of the box, and yeah, it's a little deflection, so it's unlucky in that way. But well-deserved goal from Leeds to putting pressure on Man United. He scanned. He looked right first, and the guy comes in with real pace and robs him off the ball, and from there on, United second best to Leeds in this situation.
Yeah, they had so many opportunities to clear, and the disappointing thing is, one is that Fernandes is lying on the ground, but 2, once your teammates know that that's the case, then Ahmad's got to get back, Šeško's got to get back, they've got to try to help out. Manchester United cleared the ball out of the box 4 times there, but there was nobody on the edge of the box to pick up the ball, so, 7 men defending, only 7 men. It's not enough, really. You've got to get most of your players behind the ball, and they didn't, and then they got punished.
Absolutely. Big win for Leeds United. Reminder, they are 6 points clear now of the drop zone, with their first win at Old Trafford in the league since 1981. Right, let's speak to one of their heroes, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, live at Old Trafford. Dom, good to see you. I think I'm right in saying the first time you've won at Old Trafford, so how good does that feel? How significant for Leeds?
Thanks for pointing that out. Really good feeling. We coming into the game, we came in confident. knowing that they'd had quite a long break from their last game, and we'd had obviously the FA Cup game, so we knew we wanted to start the game fast, and I think that's what we did. You know, a couple of chances early on, and thankfully Noah put his away, and we held on and got the 3 points.
Dominic, well done. It's Michael Owen here. Just looking at your season as a whole, you're in double figures in terms of goals. It looks like a real robustness about your play at the moment. Is there anything that you're doing in training or whatever to get yourself out on the pitch consistently this season and put in those consistent performances?
I think it's just momentum. You know what it's like when you're a striker. Once you get the momentum and the rhythm of playing games, it's just one after another, one after another. When you're in a cycle of not having that, it's tough to kind of get that rhythm. So thankfully I've got that this season, full of confidence, and I'm a little bit older now, a little bit wiser when I'm playing, so I know my way around a football pitch, and I think that's my experience has helped me this season, particularly with us having quite a young squad, and I've been happy to lean on that and use my experience when needed.
Dom, you were involved in 2 big incidents in that second half. First of all, the red card. I mean, did you feel that pull straight away from Martinez?
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I haven't seen it back, and there you go. I don't make the rules at the end of the day. Yeah, he's probably a little bit unlucky. I don't probably think he's not meant to grab my hair like that, but I told the ref. It felt like he pulled it a little bit more than what it looks like there in real time. So yeah, and unfortunately for him, he's been sent off.
And listen, Casemiro's goal just asked the question, didn't it? But you had a double block 5 minutes from the end that proved crucial at the other end of the pitch from your normal role.
Yeah, it was just complete flow state. I was just in the 6-yard box thinking if anything comes my direction, I've got to try and block it. That's my role. I had one against Villa, which went just above my head. I wasn't able to flick it off the line, so thankfully today I was there in the right position. And then for the second one, I just flung a leg out, and thankfully it hit me.
Very well done. Now listen, talking of experience, you've had this at Everton a couple of times down at the bottom of the Premier League. You know what it's like. But tonight, to go 6 clear with 6 to play, I mean, what kind of injection of belief is that within the group?
Yeah, it's massive. It's massive, and obviously a big celebration after the game. I don't know as if it's because I've been in this position before and I know what it takes, that I wasn't as maybe upbeat as what you might think after that performance, but it's because I know that the next one is even more important, and then the next one is more important, and we have to stay focused. We can enjoy the moment, and it's a massive 3 points, I think, great for the fans as well. But for us as players, we've got to focus on the next game, and until we're mathematically safe in the Premier League, then we haven't done our job.
And because of that experience, have you spread that message? Because you've been there with Everton, you know what it's like. You don't want a Bournemouth day, do you, on the final day?
Well, that's I know how it can be, and whilst it's in your hands, you want to make sure you capitalise on that and grab it with both hands. So we just have to stay focused. I'll be again there when needed for the boys, and using my experience just for this final push and this important part of the season. But I think we definitely enjoyed tonight, and we can be happy about our performance.
Really well done. Good to see you. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
That's Dominic Calvert-Lewin live at Old Trafford. Joyous Leeds United. Here is the manager of Manchester United, Michael Carrick.
Michael, first of all, what did you make of the team's performance today?
We didn't start the game particularly well. We obviously conceded, which any Euro gets a forearm smash in the back of his head, and then they score the first goal. So didn't decide to overturn that decision. So that was a big moment in the game. We didn't quite have the rhythm. We didn't click. We had some moments, but it wasn't quite there for large parts of the first half. And then second half, I thought the boys, the way they went around and stayed positive and fought for everything, and tried to get something out of the game after another shocking decision to send Leach off. 2 games in a row we've had decisions like that go against us, but that one I have to say was one of the worst I've seen.
Well, he didn't hold back on his opinion there of the red card, but as we've already discussed, the rules are the rules. Chelsea away next. They're still in a very strong position. It's about how they respond now.
Well, what a great position Manchester United have got themselves into. When they lose to Leeds, it's such a disappointing result, but you still really fancy them to settle, you know, in 3rd position in the Premier League and qualify for the Champions League. And that's all due to the hard work and the points that they've picked up, you know, obviously in the previous couple of months. So they're in a very good position. Disappointing, obviously, and they're big rivals, Leeds United. But they've pretty much done most of the work, and they'll be in the Champions League next year.
Okay, Michael, thank you as always. Edwin, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. Sorry you had to watch Manchester United lose, but it's a big night for Leeds United and a big win at the bottom. See you soon.
Rodrigo Gomez. And Manu is hopeful. And Rodrigo Gomez has done to Liverpool what he did to Aston Villa. Salah. Mo Salah. Liverpool level. Andre. Up a whack. It's deflected it in. And Wolves have downed the reigning champions of Molineux. And Semenyo. Manchester City lead. This designer. Goes deep, Jesus down, Gibbs White has got it in! Out of nothing! Swinging in, a push in the back, and Manchester City lead again! Anderson. It's Elliot Anderson! It's another fabulous Forest goal! Saka. Oh, straight through the goalkeeper and in! Gordon. Oh, we knew that Ramsey was to his right. He's going to be sent off here for diving. Gordon. Bruno Fernandes with the challenge. And the referee points to the penalty spot. At the 10-man lead. Great delivery in. Casemiro scores. Oh, Sula. He's kept it in. Murphy's in the middle. Tonali's up there too. This is William Osula for Newcastle United. The 10 men have done it. Now Leon Bailey. Bailey into the box and Villa lead.
45.
Looks like against Gusto and it's turned in by Joao Pedro. Into Fernandes, put through for Joao Pedro. What a neat finish. Reece James beaten out to Palmer. Alejandro Garnacho. Joao Pedro hat-trick. Down by the docks in Liverpool on a balmy night as Garner swings that in. It's Montella. Here's Ndiaye slipping it to Dewsbury Hall. And as out of position, it's a great chance for West Ham for Somerville. And West Ham take the lead. And Sunderland strike from this. Abi Dura, and it just about goes in. Archie Grace come away with the ball here. And Tottenham Hotspur have the lead. Larson, and Ismail Assar was he pulled by Van de Ven. A red card for Van de Ven. Sarr, and he slots it into the back of the net. Morton for Palace. Dinkter to Strand Larson, and Tottenham Hotspur's worst fears are becoming a reality here. That goal heralds the exit.
Hello there, welcome to the final word. We're here as usual after every Monday night football with all our reflections on the Premier League weekend. Nothing bigger than this so far in the season. What a pivotal weekend it's been. It's thrown up these results. Huge one for West Ham to kick us off at the bottom. The headline of the weekend, Arsenal the leaders losing home to Bournemouth. Liverpool back to winning ways on Saturday as well. Then at the end of Sunday, Manchester City did their job with 3 goals and 3 points at Chelsea. And a real turn-up in the Monday Night Football as well. Leeds United getting a huge 3 points in a win at rivals Manchester United. Their first win in the league at Old Trafford since 1981. All the reflections to come. Michael, as usual, is here with me on a Monday, and we are delighted to welcome goalkeeping royalty Edwin van der Sar as our special guest this evening. Much more from Edwin to come after we've begun our roundup, and we focus on this fascinating title race and the top 2 beginning the Emirates Stadium.
Christie. Clever ball. Troubert and Kruti. Bournemouth strike first at the home of the would-be champions, and that could be a big goal. Okay. Zubimendi at the near post comes to Gabriel. Was that handball? Was that handball? It was handball. Michael Oliver says penalty. Few deep breaths. Clock end. Gyökeres, emphatic. For Alex Scott, who buries it. Sharp intake of breath right around the Emirates. Well, that makes it very interesting. A damaging defeat at home, just their second of the entire season. It's finished Arsenal 1, Bournemouth 2.
That's 15, 16. But I think I will bet.
Turkey. O'Reilly! Nick O'Reilly does it again! Turkey away from Hato, away from Esteban. What a clever ball! Gay! Gay! Against his old club! Now Casero's given it away. 3-0 to Manchester City! 3 points now coming for sure! The lock is turned. Is the door opening for Pep Guardiola? This is a result to make Arsenal feel nauseous. Chelsea 0, Manchester City 3.
Yes, what a swing in the title race at the top. So, Edwin has 4 of these in the bag, and we were looking back earlier on. 1 year, you were chasing Arsenal at Manchester United and went top towards the end of March and won it. Another year, you won it by just 4 points in the end. You were being chased by Chelsea and Liverpool. So you have experiences of both situations. How do you read this now after this big swing this weekend?
Yeah, well, the one that we felt at Man United with the experience we had with Scholesy, with Giggs, with Rio, with Gary Neville, so we knew what was happening, and that's really important. That there are people there in a situation that have achieved already that momentum to winning the championship, and I think at the moment with Arsenal, they played great football. I think everybody gets great highlights of that one, but people start talking about it, about nervousness, about can they do it, and also I think the game this weekend also was a little bit more negative than compared to the games that they played all season.
Definitely, yeah. So when you are being chased, I know you saw it out, as I say, by 4 points. You were being chased by 2 teams. How important is that experience and holding your nerve when you look at 2 teams in the table right behind you? They've got one who've done it many times behind them now.
Yeah, no, that's a tricky one because they've been there, they've done it, they have it, they got something to show for, and Arsenal still have to do it. And the first time is much more difficult than the second time. So that way it's going to be a challenge for them, and it's going to be interesting. And that's the Premier League also, because if you're already in Holland, the championship is finished already, 18-point difference. But to have a fight like this in the Premier League. For the fans, and of course, Arsenal would rather have a little bit more distance. But for the neutrals, it's going to be an amazing end of the season.
It is, and it's going to be a huge game next Sunday. We'll come to that in a moment. So Edwin's used the word nervousness there. We saw it, we sensed it right from minute 1 at the Emirates on Saturday. Why do you think that was?
Well, for the reason that Edwin just said, it's harder to win your first than it is your second. Getting over the line for the first time is not easy. I think you felt a little bit of nervousness, a little bit of intrepidation.
What were the signs for you?
Well, you can feel it from the crowd. If it's 0-0 and you know, if it's not 2-0 after 20 minutes, you can feel that nervousness. They want it so much. They're desperate for it. And desperation is not always, you know, a good trait to have. We'll just pick up one clip here during the game, and the negativity. I mean, a lot of the time in this situation, for example, you know, you'd be expecting there's, you know, a ball in here, a ball over here, maybe to then pass it around here, maybe be brave and play one in here, or get one of these players to come for feet. But for some reason, Arsenal seem to go back and be very, very negative all the time. Again, in that situation, can you be a little bit braver? Open your body out and play it quickly and get the ball transferring, or here, or pop it in here, and he can turn or spin it off somewhere. But again, going back all the time, going back every single time we could stop it and give better options, taking time on the ball. Again, can we go here? Can we move it? Can we be brave? Can we hit a long ball? What can we do? But it just felt so nerve-wracking, and everybody scared of making a mistake. Again, poor touch. What are you going to do there? If he doesn't take a poor touch, he's passing it from this distance over here, and he has an actual chance of having it. But passing it from here, it kills him. He's got no option but to go back in that situation. So again, there's balls forward that are on a lot of the time. Again, here there's a ball to the left centre half. Can he play it? He then shifts out the way. This is a lovely opportunity. Just lift one over into this situation for the man to come on and start playing. But again, it's reasonably negative. They're taking their time, and eventually, after a couple of passes that don't get them anywhere, they ended up going long, and that was just a frustration from the fans. The whole game they were frustrated. You can see that they're trying to probe one in, but eventually they just give up and they just go long. So very frustrating. It was really interesting when we were looking at the numbers as well of the game, Steve. Their passes going back to the goalkeeper, which when you're playing at home, when you're about to win the league or trying to win the league, you would have thought you'd go and try to grasp it, go and try to win it. 32 passes back to the goalkeeper. Incredible. I think Bournemouth only had half a dozen, 6 or 8 or something, 6 during the game compared to Arsenal. So Bournemouth wanted to go and win it. And if you're going to win the league, you've got to. You can't play negatively all season and go and win the league. You've got to go and try to win it. And that's what Arsenal fans wanted to see, and that's what they didn't see at the weekend.
It's also a compliment, to be fair, for Bournemouth.
Yeah,
the way to set up anything and how to push them on and everything. And sometimes you can't play through it, and then you have to have like maybe a plan B. And maybe that's something that's lacking a little bit on that part. Of course, we're used to have that Arsenal have the ball, that they can find a solution, and I think Saturday they couldn't find it. They couldn't find it.
It was really interesting, Steve, because we were watching the game and Bournemouth scored the goal, and I was looking at it thinking, what a fantastic finish. And Edwin just made a little point that I never thought of really. Let's have a look at the Bournemouth winning goal quite late on in the game. And it's quite an interesting point from Edwin, because obviously we all see goals differently. We'll just have a look at it in real time from this angle. But Edwin, you're certainly not saying the goalkeeper should have saved that, Edwin, but just explain what you're thinking here.
Yeah, for myself, it's a little bit comes on the penalty area, a little bit on the left. And I think for him it's quite difficult to shift his body and put it to the left side of Raya. And
so you're saying this is quite an awkward finish because of his body shape at the moment?
In my opinion, it's not a mistake and everything, but he gambles, and sometimes you need to gamble because there's quite close and everything, and you need to give a great step in. But for myself, I would thought he would put it to the right side of the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
I know we had a small discussion and everything. I think I could shift my body and put it to the other side, but in my opinion, this was the easier finish
for the attacker.
The other one.
And you likened it almost to a penalty, didn't you? If somebody runs up too straight, it's very, very difficult. Let's just have a look at a different angle here. You think he's actually running too straight, so he'd find it hard?
Yeah, he's coming from the left side and coming to the right side, and so I think, from my view, it's quite difficult to wrap your foot around it and place to the other side. So, in my opinion, I would probably have guessed I would dive to the right. But
yeah.
To be fair, I've been in this situation also, and it's much easier when you see the goal went in, I should have done that.
Absolutely. Hindsight is always easy. And as you say, you're not saying he should have saved it, but
Absolutely.
you're probably saying that the signs were there for the goalkeeper to dive in that direction, in your view, of course.
Interesting. Right. You both played under Sir Alex Ferguson. He used to say April the 1st. That's when you look at the league table when the season starts. Look at this. The Premier League record of Mikel Arteta and Pep Guardiola in April. Pep Guardiola has played 39 Premier League games in this month. He's won 31 of them and lost only 3, almost an 80% win ratio. Mikel Arteta's is almost half that. How much can you read into that at this business end of the season?
Of course, nowadays data it's everywhere. It's available for everyone. Don't forget, Arsenal is still top of the league, so they are in a better position. And of course, we all can talk about goals going in, ratio, points per game, and everything. There are statistics, and you should count it. But we have to be careful. Let's say that we don't talk Arsenal into a certain complex. It's going to be important 2 weeks for them, having the game against City at the Etihad. Interesting. It doesn't look great, of course, if you see it in front of this big screen. It doesn't look great on that part. And I think Michael was there also. Be close to your competitor. In April, May, that's the money time. Then everybody needs to be fit. The tactics should be right. People coming off the bench making a difference in the last 10-15 minutes, and probably Guardiola has, I think, maybe a little deeper squad to make those changes and get those points in. Get those points in.
You can understand the Arsenal fans when you look at the last 3 seasons in April and their second place finishes, biting their fingernails at the moment.
Absolutely, you can. I mean, to say they're so desperate, it's been such a long time since they've won the league. Prior to the season, I was a little bit kinder on Arsenal. I think a lot of the fans were saying, oh, we'll throw it away, we'll bottle it, and all the rest of it. I was saying, well, come on, support your team. Every other team that have ever won the Premier League, apart from Leicester in recent times, have done it the hard way. They've come 4th, they've come 3rd, they've come 2nd, they might have come 2nd again. That's what happens. It's not easy. You never go from coming 13th to go and winning the league. So I was a little bit, give them a bit of space. Last season, semi-finals of the Champions League, 2nd in the Premier League. That's a fair team that does that. Next step, okay, to win the league, but support them in terms of doing that. So that was my attitude before the season.
And they are still top of the league.
However, if they don't win it this time, then they will have thrown it away totally, and that will be unforgivable.
Which leads us to this. They play, of course, in this Champions League in the week, so that could actually play a big part in this. I'll come to that with Edwin in a moment. If they're in a Champions League semi-final, 2 legs as well. An enormous game at the Etihad next. But then, I know Bournemouth on paper, but then they've got home games against Burnley, Fulham and Newcastle. Away games, West Ham and Crystal Palace. I mean, when you look at that, as you rightly say, they are still top of the league. How much hinges on Sunday? Can Arsenal lose on Sunday and still get
Of
over?
course, you need to result there, because otherwise it gets really nervous. So if you play for a draw, whatever, maybe change the tactics a little bit and everything, but it's going to be a massive game. And of course, the Premier League of the Champions League is still there. I think as a player, you always count which games. Okay, we could win there.
Can't help it.
If you take a draw there, that should be a win. You count your points. But yeah, all depends, of course, on the game on Sunday. What's going to happen there, and going to be anticipation for a lot of fans and nerve-wracking moments for Arsenal fans.
So Manchester City in the FA Cup, of course, semi-final against Southampton. No Champions League direct devotion. But if Arsenal get through this week, they'll have 2 huge games against Atletico Madrid or Barcelona to put into the mix physically and mentally. How much of a part might that play in the running? Because you've done that as well.
Yeah, like in general, you want to play important games, and it's a little bit what I said a couple of minutes ago. If you have the experience of dealing with those pressure moments on a Saturday, on the Tuesday, and on Wednesday, and a Saturday again away to Blackburn, in my time, then you need to find that rhythm, and of course to diversify your squad also a little bit. When is going to play him when he gets a chance, and it feels like the stronger squad is probably at City.
You still think Arsenal, don't you?
Oh, I think Arsenal just, yeah, but I'm starting to waffle.
I'll ask you again on next Monday, sure. After we've been to the Etihad.
Ask me tomorrow, I'll change my mind.
We will be at the Etihad on Sunday. Right, when we come back, we'll look at completely the other end of the table, the other side of North London, because Roberto De Zerbi came in for his first game in charge, but unfortunately, it was the same sorrow result for Spurs.
Oh, that's a terrible ball. Mateus Nunes to Ahmad. Down he goes in the penalty area, and Manchester United get a dramatic late spot kick. Bruno Fernandes levels up the Manchester derby as the whole course of the afternoon changes in the blink of an eye. So that you never quite know what you're going to get in a Manchester derby. And this one has kept a sting in the tail until late on, and it may get even better for Manchester United. Ahmad! From 1-0 down, Manchester United have turned it around in the 90th minute. Opportunity for Fernandes to take it on, and take it on he did. Well, they've been under the cosh in parts, but Erik ten Hag savouring the glorious volley, which gives Manchester United the lead.
Welcome back to the final word, back to this weekend's Premier League action, where Mo Salah appeared at Anfield for the first time since his announcement that he was going to leave Liverpool at the end of the season. Their opponents were Marco Silva's Fulham.
Now Gamar. Step over Zidane, and a brilliant finish. That is majestic. Good Steven Gamar. Liverpool with an appetite for destruction here. Gakpo. Salah. The first of his parting gifts to Anfield. Iode senses that he can weave his way inside here. He's put Brentford into the lead. He got Thiago's claiming that for sure. Comes in, Barry's trying to get there. It breaks for Njai. Rolled back to O'Brien. Coyote in the way, fired in by Keenan Dewsbury-Hall. Oh, that's a precious penalty in stoppage time. Can Mateta win it for Palace? Yes, he can! Oh, he's back! You better believe it! Here they come again! It's 4-0 for West Ham United! And Dinos Mavropanos scores again! Will it break here? It will! And that sealed it! It is V for victory! It's a bit of quality there from Aina. Again, Hudson-Odoi this time wants to lay it for Williams. Oh, great hit! A fizzing hit Jaden Vogel. Vogel's ball in, Calvert-Lewin's up there again, and that is into the back of the net from Noah Okafor. And Okafor's hit is in! It could be a red letter day for the team in white. Sandro Martinez is dismissed. It just goes from bad to worse tonight for Michael Carrick. Well, that's a good one, Casemiro! Manchester United back in the game. Manchester United 1, Leeds United 2. Mukiele. Shots in field. Still going. Nordi Mukiele deflects! It's a losing start under the leadership of Roberto De Zerbi. They remain very much deep in the Premier League relegation contention. Full time, Sunderland 1, Spurs 0.
Yes, bitter disappointments all round for Roberto De Zerbi in his first game in charge of Tottenham Hotspur, their third manager, of course, this season. They're 13 games without a Premier League win, and given the fact all the great games you used to have against Spurs with Fulham and Manchester United, I mean, can you believe they've gone 13 games without a league win? Their third manager, and they're in the bottom three, Edmund.
Yeah, it's a real mess at the moment. I think changing between two managers and having a third one, of course, that's not a healthy situation. Different methods, different tactics, different players. I know they have a lot of injury now. The captain also injured probably out for the season. So in that way, they are really in a dogfight, and they're not used to a dogfight. We spoke about challenging for titles, or maybe playing for survival. And certain teams they've been there before. Tottenham not. So I'm fearing for them.
He's had a week on the training ground.
Yeah,
Roberto De Zerbi, not just a day or two. Could we see anything? Little differences, any shoots of positivity in his first game?
Well, we could see differences. I mean, let's have a look at Roberto De Zerbi team. This is them on a goal kick. You can see the sort of the back four. Then they've got the middle two. The attack. The number 10 there. And then when you look here, this is really interesting. High and wide. I mean, he went and played his three strikers basically, but this was a common theme. Players playing high and wide, pinning the fullbacks back. And a lot of the time, as we've seen for a long time under De Zerbi, he likes to outnumber teams, even from the back, you know. You look at this situation here, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, goalkeeper 6 against 3, really. So he likes playing out in this situation. The problem is they're under that much pressure, and they've got that lacking in confidence that even a 6-v3 is not that comfortable for Tottenham at the moment. And when we see clips, looked at a lot of social media in the lead up to this game. There's a lot of clips of Tottenham on the training ground, and he was trying to get his point across in terms of love the ball, be comfortable with the ball, and you know, so that's what he's trying to get across. Again, similar scenario. You know, you've got your back four, you've got your two, and then this will develop into a high 3 here again in a moment. So that is De Zerbi set up from a goal kick. You can see them trying to play out, and once they do break out, it actually can be very, very good. They can look very dangerous. But in general, Steve, they looked a bit toothless the other day. Defensively, they conceded a few chances, but it wasn't a mess. This is not long after that chance, about 30 seconds later. And again, you can see in this scenario, they've got a very solid 4-2 in this situation. 3 subs about to come on, so they're obviously, you know, a De Zerbi team. They're expected to run, so they're probably feeling the pinch a little bit. But it's in this situation here, Richarlison makes a big mistake. He jumps out when he shouldn't, and as soon as he does that, it's 2v1. And listen, there's a lot of a look about the goal. It takes a deflection. We all know if you're down there and you know, all the luck goes against you. However, little details like that are going to have this man thinking and scratching his head as well. But signs of a little bit of change. But the first thing he needs to do, forget tactics, forget anything else, he needs to inject some confidence into this team because they are so lacking.
Yeah, and as everyone's listening to reports that Christian Romero, their captain, is out until the end of the season, that he won't play again for Roberto De Zerbi. this season. So Spurs, remember, haven't been relegated since 1977. They are in the bottom three. Let's have a look at the teams at the bottom. And of course, Leeds in the Monday Night Football with a huge 3 points and injection up to 36 points. And they have Wolves and Burnley to play at home. So I think both of you gents think Leeds now will be all right. So we'll narrow it down to Forest, West Ham and Spurs when you look at those fixtures, and they're separated by just 3 points with 6 games to play. Who would your charity bet be on to go down, Edwin?
Yeah, that's going to be difficult, of course. We talked a little bit about confidence, about creating chances. When you have, Michael explained a little bit about the back four and everything, they're not throwing away, giving a lot of chances away, Tottenham. But you need to score goals. So see West Ham -17, -11. Goal difference can be a part also on that part. So maybe Nottingham it's going to be okay. But yeah, you need to start winning games. And you said you haven't won in 15, 13. So you have 6 left. You need to win 3 probably. 2 draws maybe. That's hard one. Michael, you're more experienced in the Premier League, so.
Well, what we've got is Leeds that have got the best running. Wolves and Burnley at home, they'll be all right. Forest, they're in decent enough form. Burnley at home, that's a winnable game. Of course, at home on the last game of the season, and they've got 3 points ahead of Tottenham. West Ham are probably in the best form out of these 4 teams. They're playing exceptionally well. They've got the momentum, and they've got a couple of games that they possibly should win as well. A couple of home games that they might have a chance at. I mean, before this weekend, I thought it's between Leeds and Tottenham to go down. But after that result tonight, I'm favouring Tottenham to go down, I'm afraid.
Well, they say they need 3 wins. They've won 2 in 23. Tottenham Hotspur, it is looking bleak. We've run out of time on this week's Final Word. Thank you very much, Edwin. Great to see you. Cheers, and having you with us. Edwin van der Sar, our guest. From the 3 of us, we will, of course, see you on the next Monday Night Football. Take care.
Well, if that's what he does when he's injured, watch out when he's 100%. It's an astonishing moment from a true footballing genius. That's the way to score a goal. Cristiano Ronaldo, flick to Rooney. It's party football at Old Trafford, and everybody's joining in. Look at that, the flick from Ronaldo, the chip from Rooney. They call it the theatre of dreams, and this football is pure theatre. Scholes. Nani. Rooney! Oh, wonderful! What a goal! What a time! In what a place! What a player! Wayne Rooney out of this world! Jean. Rooney just brushes off Tompkins and goes for the spectacular! Oh, what a goal! Wayne Rooney! Extraordinary! It's Rooney! Oh, my word! History! Wayne Rooney does it in style. What a moment. So Bobby Charlton's record is gone. And one man stands alone for Manchester United. Incredible strike.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Extra Time. Next half an hour, we'll be reflecting on the career of goalkeeping royalty. This man is one of the most decorated keepers in the history of the game.
Edwin van der Sar may prove a very significant signing. Oh, Cahill! And der Sar makes his first significant save.
What a good save by Van der Sar.
No, that was a great save.
What a save by Van der Sar.
Crouch. Sit down. Oh, and it's a wonderful, wonderful save by Van der Sar. Fine save from Edwin van der Sar.
Van der Sar made that save look easy. It wasn't. Oh, fantastic save from Edwin van der Sar.
Always got to keep a warm place in my heart for Manchester United.
Yes, Michael and I delighted to welcome Edwin van der Sar to Extra Time. Brilliant to see you, looking so well as well. Some nice memories there for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see some of the images. Of course, lucky they're not in black and white. It's been a long time ago, but brings back fond memories. Being back in England and of course playing for Fulham and for Man United.
Absolutely. I mean, you had such a fantastic career and all the success with Ajax and that spell at Juventus, but signing for Fulham, was the Premier League always on your radar? Was that an ambition to come here and play in the Premier League?
Yeah, when I left Ajax was in '99, and I first spoke to a club in the north of England, your club, and in that way I had a great conversation with him, but didn't really materialize.
Who was your manager then?
Gerard Houllier.
Oh, okay.
And
so Michael was still
playing in the Premier League was always an ambition.
So you could have been playing with Michael at Liverpool.
Yeah,
it was a bit of an exclusive for us. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. No.
So I went to Juventus a couple of years, and after that, the Italian game was not really suited my type of goalkeeping. A lot of defensive, setups, and I like to work on the ball, create an extra man in defense. So going into the Premier League, having the opportunity to go play in the Premier League for Fulham, maybe it was not the club that everybody expected that I should go to, but for me, after my time at Juventus, it felt right to take a little bit a different style, different league, and make myself available in the Premier League.
After that spell at Fulham, 4 years, did particularly well, obviously, and Manchester United came calling. I always remember the moment Sir Alex Ferguson called me. How did that transfer come about? How did you first find out?
We were training with the national team, and I came back in I think I forgot my telephone, so I came back in the room and I had a couple of messages, so I pressed my telephone for the voicemail, and it was Alex Ferguson. I think I understood 2 or 3 sentences, and after that I had to repeat the message again because I didn't hear what he was saying. But at the end he said, "Yeah, listen, we need a goalkeeper. Do you fancy coming up to Manchester?" And of course I called him back. That was, I think, on a Thursday. On Saturday we had a game. On Sunday morning we made a deal in Holland, and on Monday it was out.
Wonderful.
And what was it like walking into that dressing room full of winners with that history, the expectation, and of course you went on to lift the Premier League 4 times with them, but that was the demand of that dressing room and that club, wasn't it? With the greatest respect of Fulham.
That was absolutely the situation, the dressing room I wanted to be in. It felt like a warm bath. Like from day one, it felt like I put on my gloves and it fitted. The stature of the club, the level of the players, the ambition of the manager still. And also for myself, I 2 years at Juventus, 4 years at Fulham, didn't win anything. My first period at Ajax won a lot of trophies, Champions League, World Cups, domestic championships. So to be again into an environment where everybody is challenging each other, when the level's immense and the pressure is there, I felt that. And I think Ferguson needed also some stability at the back, and he said we have good players. But we need some stability at the back. We need a leader at the back, and I want you to be that. And I think I think the things that he demanded from me, I delivered, and I expected to only be there for 2 years because I was 34 when I signed, but it happened to be 6 years at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You're the oldest player to win the Premier League.
Is it?
But yeah, at 40 and 200 and something days.
Okay.
Right, well, you're going to. But I mean, the first time you won it, having looked at it from afar, to lift that trophy, be part of that group. I mean, how special did that feel?
it was special because I didn't win in that span of 6 years and didn't win anything. So to win something at a club as big as Man United with the support they have all over, with the players that achieved already those things, with young players coming through like Rooney and Ronaldo, and having the stalwarts with Paul Scholes and Giggs and Neville. Yeah, that felt tremendously proud, and I thought if I can only win one Premier League title in my time at United, I'm going to be really happy to retire in Holland. But again, to have 4 medals, it was amazing.
An incredible Premier League career, not a bad Champions League career too. You're one of a select group actually to have won 2 Champions League with different clubs. One of the select players. Was that moment in Moscow for Manchester United the highlight of your career?
It was that moment. The penalty save was, of course, everybody remembers you on that one. Doesn't matter where you go, whether you're in Tanzania, whether you're in Asia or in Ireland. Everyone wants to shake your hand or whatever. You made the best day of my life, being a Man United fan, of course. So for myself, that was the best moment of my career. And winning or playing in European Championships, World Cups, of course, yeah, that's fantastic. But to be important, to be remembered of one of the team members and saving that last penalty, that was my best feeling in the football world. Absolutely.
Was that a bit strange playing another English team?
Yes, absolutely. European football is about going to different stadiums, go to Greece, go to Spain, go to Italy. I think we knew each other too well from the times in the Premier League. We battled. We had many great battles in the Premier League already, so we knew how Lampard was, what Terry was, what Drogba was, what Kalou was, what Ashley Cole, how Ashley Cole was, how Peter Cech. So I think in general it's nicer to play a different team, a European team, than a team from the country where you played in.
I know I'm going to ask you. You see in the modern game now bottles and all kinds of notes being passed to the goalkeepers. Were you one of those back then?
Yeah, absolutely. Together with Eric Steele, a couple of days before the final, you watched the penalties. At that time, data was not as big as nowadays, but of course we did our homework. And we wrote on a piece of paper from the hotel in Moscow, and I stuck it in my towel because it was raining.
Oh, I remember it was raining.
Saying about me then.
Well, it's in my towel. So nowadays, all the ball boys are quite clever. They take away bottles and take away towels from the goalkeepers. But luckily, in my time, the paper was there.
So in Moscow, there was a towel in the rain, and inside were the Chelsea penalty information.
Yeah, but I think all clubs, you do the best preparation. And later on, I understood that Chelsea also did their homework. They checked out all the penalties that I faced, and they let's say if there were 50 penalties, and somehow I went 34 times to the right and only 16 times to the left. So their approach was, don't put it to the right of him because he goes always to the right. So out of the 7 penalties, 6 went to the left. Only the 7th one with Anelka went to the right. To my right.
It's cat and mouse, isn't it? Really interesting. I'm really fascinated by, obviously we speak about your playing career, but not many players do what you've done and then moved into the boardroom and had a couple of different roles. How have you enjoyed, or how did you enjoy that?
I enjoyed it very much because I never felt like being a manager or a goalkeeping coach. I think it was like that goalkeeping was only working with 2 or 3 guys. But I got a question from Johan Cruyff, I think maybe 7-8 months before I finished my career. He said, listen, Edwin, that I actually want to create something special, bring a few players into the management team who knows about football, who know about how to deal with and know the club also. First starting out as a marketing director, make a connection with UEFA, with FIFA, with the partners, commercial partners, with the fans, the local community. And slowly, I got the hang of it. And at a certain point, I got the question, do you want to become the chief executive of the club? And it was an amazing period, to be fair, because we won a lot of the domestic trophies. We had a couple of fantastic runs in European football, being a big club from a mid-sized country. On the commercial reason, the TV revenues are not as high as in different countries, and you have the ability then to bring your team to Stockholm. We faced Man United in the Europa League final 2017. That was already amazing, and the run we had in the Champions League with Erik ten Hag at that time, with tremendous players zoals Matthijs de Ligt, Tadic, Hakim Ziyech, Frenkie de Jong. I think we're on the brink of playing the Champions League final against Liverpool. I think conceded 5 seconds before the injury time was finished against Tottenham. I think Lucas Moura scored 3 times. He never scored a hat-trick in all his life, and he scored it in the semi-final away in Amsterdam.
Was that something you were thinking of, or had not even considered until Johan Cruyff asked you? Because it's, as Michael said, it's a very unusual move and a very demanding, different role to your life.
For sure. I think my first taste of it was when we United on pre-season tours to America or to Asia, and we had like whole charter, and but not only football players were there, but also 60 to 80 people at the back of the airplane. And in the hotel, I never was one of the guys who played on the PlayStation, and I read a book, or I like to speak to people. So I had a word with those people, and they were like the commercial department, media department, and you get a feel what is. There's not like, of course, we were dealing with Ferguson and with our contract with David Gill, but the whole setup was amazing. How United developed the commercial success they had over those years, and that triggered myself, to be fair. And I took a course also in sports management. That helped me developing my own skills and the way that I wanted to lead the club back to European glory.
So, would you consider being part of a group that bought a football club next? Then is that the next step?
No, I had a few offers in my time at Ajax, but I felt I was not ready yet at Ajax. I wanted to achieve something special. Luckily, at a certain point it fell apart. Mark Overmars went to a different club. Dennis Bergkamp. We did a bit with a couple of players. Dennis Bergkamp was set up and the youth setup. Frank de Boer was the coach. Mark Overmars did the signings and the scouting as technical director. And Wim Jonk, also former player, was also developed. So that felt like players giving something back to the club that gave them the opportunity to start their career as a football player. And that way was amazing to be part of it. And I think I need to feel something for a club to put so much hours and work into leading a club to success.
Listen, before we take a break, I must ask you about that. I mean, 821 club games, 130 caps, 19 major honours, but you still have a Premier League record to this day, 1,133 minutes without conceding a goal. I mean, how proud are you of that? How strong was that defensive unit? It was 4 months before you conceded a goal.
Was it 4 months? No, of course, yeah. You don't do it on your own. Like a tennis player, he needs to work on his own. In a team, you work together with it, and with Nemanja, with Rio, with Wes, with Patrice, with Michael Carrick, and all the midfield, with Scholes. So in that way, we had a tremendous team. And of course, I made some saves, and that record is fantastic. But the record only counts because that helps us to win the league. To have only that record and not winning the league, that would have been very poor. And I know John Terry is very proud of the record they have at Chelsea, that they only conceded 13 or 14 or something in the whole Premier League season. So records are nice to have. It only counts when at the end of the season you lift the trophy with your team.
And it was very nice in your very last Premier League appearance for Michael to get a goal in that game as well, wasn't it? So.
You remember?
Of course I do. I was there. Right, we'll take a break because when we come back, we must talk to Edwin about the difference now, the evolution of goalkeeping. He was almost ahead of his time. It'll be really interesting to see what he thinks now makes a top modern goalkeeper.
Mistake by Akanji, and Kai Havertz to Martin Odegaard! They can't afford to just sit back and defend a 2-1 lead. They've got to try and make it 3. Lewis Skinner! Havertz on the outside. Kai Havertz! It's 4! Five-star performance from Arsenal today. What a day, what a moment for Mikel Arteta. Arsenal 5, Manchester City 1. Grealish. Kovacic. Must be. Manchester City score. John Stones has salvaged a draw from the jaws of defeat.
Finally, Manchester City get that little bit of luck, which of course they deserve for all that second half pressure.
Welcome back to Extra Time. Michael and I are delighted to have Edwin van der Sar, four-time Premier League winner, as our guest this week. Now, Edwin was ahead of his time in his goalkeeping career, because you've seen obviously how the game has developed, and managers now are obsessed with what goalkeepers can do with their feet, almost as much, if not more, at times than their hands. But this fella could do it back in the day, and we've just got a quote from a fantastic goalkeeper, actually, Manuel Neuer of Germany and Bayern Munich, to give you a flavour. This is what he said, Edwin. I do not think I was the main protagonist. One of the very first to have brought through a new perspective was Edwin van der Sar, who played a lot with his feet and allowed the position to enter a new phase. I was inspired by his style of play. I enjoyed the philosophy of Ajax, either watching videos or following their matches. So you've inspired Manuel Neuer and many, many others. So when you look at goalkeepers now, with the ball at their feet and what managers are asking them to do, where were you in all of that in terms of the progression way back then?
Pioneering, because I think in 92, 93 the back pass rule came into place. You're not allowed to pick up the ball anymore. So that way, with Louis van Gaal at Ajax, we started straight away using the back four, using the ball to try and keep possession of the ball, shift the ball from left to right, and creating like an extra man. And also at Ajax we always had a high line, played almost on the halfway line. So also for myself as a goalkeeper to be outside the box, it felt like a second nature to me. And that development phase took a lot of time, effort, and training, like always. Like when we started, my left foot was only to stand to kick it by my right, and at a certain point you had to also play the ball with your left. So I trained a lot. I played a lot of position games with the team. At first, I made a lot of mistakes, and along the way I got better at it, and at a certain point it feels like this is the position that I want, and it's nice to have a quote like this, of course, from Neuer, who and like say Alisson and Ederson, they are developed so much more because they started playing with both feet maybe when they're 6 or 7 years old, and I was 22. That's a big gap.
I was going to ask, did that come very natural to you, or was it really you had to work on it? It sounds like you had to work.
I had to work on it. At the old stadium with Ajax, with like a brick wall. It was like like an indoor area.
Yeah.
And after training, I went like for 20 minutes something, just passing the ball with the right, receiving with my left, trying to put it inside with my left. Also after training, worked a lot with Frans Hoek, the goalkeeper coach. And Van Gaal was great to give also players, defenders, to the goalkeeper coach to really work and get a system where we eventually had a lot of success with.
Mm. So let's have a look at some of the events. You played with this fella as well.
I played with Edwin, yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting to see. I mean, it's probably the position on the pitch where you would say it's changed so much over the years. But as we've already spoken about, Edwin could play a decent ball.
Here we go.
You'd like to think that was
wow, we didn't finish that one.
I know.
Honestly.
Only one assist in your career, Edwin.
No, I had a few.
But with better finishing, you should have had more, maybe.
I know.
Certainly in the Premier League. A lot of the time to Wayne Rooney. And a lot of the, I mean, you can spot this early, can't you? You've spotted that.
Absolutely. I think we worked on this. I spoke to spoke to Rio about it also. Remember, it's like an offside or a free kick or something. Just I just gently come towards the ball and everything, and at a certain point you step away. No, yeah,
This is the one.
This is the one.
This is the one.
We worked at the that's in this way a little bit, and it's a great touch from Wayne.
Yeah.
And a great finish. So I had one on Bergkamp also with the national team, but nowadays you see the quality of the goalkeepers now. It's tremendous, but it's nice to be on the sheet also with an assist during the season.
Could you argue that it's gone too far now? In terms of they are so good, don't get me wrong, they are so good, but because they're good, now there's risks taken, and now there's so many more goals that are conceded through goalkeepers possibly trying to play out as an outfield player. Could you argue, if you put it this way, if you were a manager, would you want your goalkeeper playing out the way certain goalkeepers do?
But I think it starts with the manager. Of course, the manager set up how we're going to play. So if they say, listen, go wide, it'll stay on the same line as the goalkeeper, or nowadays the centre half is taking the goal kick towards the goalkeeper, back towards his goal to create some more distance. So in that way, it's the way that the team want to play. But at a certain point, you try 3 or 4 passes, and it become riskier and riskier. And at a certain point, you must know, okay, there's a striker also up front. Play the ball long, and not only like a long high ball. Try to bring it in front of the striker. He can hold it, and from there on you can play. And I think it's a little bit too much at the moment.
Yeah, we've got a couple of examples here as well of the modern goalkeeper. I mean, you'd have to say, wouldn't you? This is Ederson.
But he has the best. Look at it.
I mean, that's just a bullet. Look at that with a little bit of fade on it as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, we could have picked
probably Ederson has maybe.
Is he a
5, 6?
Yeah.
7 assists.
Yeah, he's got the record
for sure.
But he was an outfield player till he was 14. In fairness.
Okay, but still.
But you still believe that even though somebody like Ederson, this is an example of Raya, for example, and again we could show so many different examples. I mean, he could play the ball in, he could play the ball here. This one he goes a little bit long, similar to a couple of your balls. But you still feel that the most important thing from a goalkeeper's point of view is to stop the ball going in the net, because I think a lot of people feel as if we're going away from that, and all of a sudden, first priority is to be really good with your feet, and then if you can save the ball, that's an added bonus. But we've not got to that level, have we?
No, I don't think so. Of course, it's handy and it helps the team, especially if you're a good team. If you have technical players who can help, and you can play out from the defense into the midfield, and from there on try to score a goal. But I think there's nothing wrong also with playing a long ball, and putting the danger a little bit away from the defensive areas. And in that way, saving shots is where you started. You want to save shots. That's why you're a goalkeeper, and that's why somebody gives you a pat on the back from well done, well played. And nowadays you feel they have like 2 or 3 extra things on their in the portfolio, also to make sure keep possession and create chances at the other side of the pitch.
Has that surprised you how it's evolved so quickly from the days that you're talking about at Ajax and then at Manchester United?
If I see so like the dates and everything, and it's been a long career. I started playing in '93, so that's a long career. That's a long time ago. But I think it's good also to develop, and football changes, like the way the Dutch national team played, or in '74, '78 with Johan Cruyff, or the French team, or the goalkeepers. Football evolves, and I think you have some data to show that.
Yeah, the SOT is shots on target. So what we're basically saying is this isn't your numbers, this is the average goalkeepers in your last 3 seasons compared to the last 3 Premier League seasons. And as you can see, the passing accuracy, 44.9 has jumped to 65.4, but the shots saved have actually dropped almost 4% in that time.
Yeah, especially the passing, of course. The quality of the goalkeepers has improved a lot with their feet.
But it's slightly down.
It's slightly down. Yeah, maybe the strikers they also have like a better shot, Michael, better technique.
I wasn't going to take any credit for this. This was a pure goal.
That's quite a jump from when you were playing. Has that surprised you how quickly that's happened in
the passing for sure, but that's mainly about the training and the dedication and the way that coaches want to set up the defensive strategy and to play the ball forward. But the shot saved, yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a difference between, let's say, the top clubs, and that will be interesting. Maybe also statistics, if you have like the European clubs and maybe the clubs who are like fighting at the other end of the table, to have that conversation.
I must say though, I'm being informed, these are the average Premier League figures. Yours were in the mid-60s, your personal ones, in your last 3 Premier League seasons.
Only that?
Well, it's 69 now, so don't get too quick. I mean, that's quite incredible, isn't it?
Absolutely. And as Edwin refers to before, a lot of it depends on the team you're playing with, what the manager's telling you. Of course, Edwin was at Manchester United, and in those days, he was encouraged to play the ball out. You know, the Rio Ferdinands could take the ball. You know, they were comfortable on the ball. So a lot of it depends on who you're playing with as well, and the skill set of the goalkeeper. There's no point in telling a goalkeeper to play out the back if he's very limited. You're just gonna clear it.
But as you've already told us, that was one of the things that Sir Alex Ferguson wanted from you and liked about you, wasn't
he demanded that also and everything too. Said you're going to be a rock. We need you at corners and free kicks, and of course saving the shots. But also try to encourage whatever. How can we play? How can we make sure that we keep possession and play the ball forward?
Amazing.
Yeah, and it just in a few seconds, who would be your goalkeeper now that you say incorporates all of that? Very good with his feet, and a very solid goalkeeper as well.
Yeah. We've just talked about the quote from Manuel Neuer.
You're going to give him
my last Champions League season with United, we played in semi-final against Schalke. We wouldn't say they're now in the second Bundesliga, but in that game he was immense. And it's a similar the game that he played last week in Madrid. And of course, I know there's still a game to play, but he has had some injuries. But the way that he's there for his longevity, the saves that he makes.
You can give him some love back from the start.
Absolutely.
Listen, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Edwin van der Sar, on Extra Time. We'll see you next time.
In his usual stylish manner,
Berbatov concentrates hard. There's no question he's got the ability to do what Tevez did in the first half. And that he has done! Dimitar Berbatov with a magnificent free kick. Tottenham are level, and West Ham are back in despair. Berbatov! Oh, what about that? Absolutely dazzling! His 21st of the season. Wonderful finish, great start. Forces gathering in the middle for Manchester United. Berbatov! Wonderful! Absolutely fantastic! A sublime goal from this rapidly improving Bulgarian. He has brought the house down at Old Trafford. Dimitar Berbatov really on a high at the moment. A glorious ball for Nani. Oh, teasing and tormenting, and Berbatov! He steals the hat-trick in real style. And Manchester United back to their very best this afternoon. It's a magnificent cross from Rita. Berbatov! Fantastic goal! Brilliant volley from Dimitar Berbatov. The industry of Sasha Rita and the finish of Dimitar Berbatov. Sublime!
I think moving from a different country with this age is hard. The first 3-4 months, I remember I cry a lot of times.
And Garnacho! That is of the very highest order. Magnificent goal by the young Argentine.
It changed your life also. You go, for example, away, restaurants, things like this, and everyone knows you, and it's a big change in your life, but it's the life that we want from 4 years old. So it's just a dream for me. It's hard from the start, you know, different club, different place, it's everything different, you know, and in football sometimes you have to make decisions in the moment, so now I'm really happy to be here and really proud here.
Alejandro, thank you for talking to us. First of all, do you think you're misunderstood?
Yes, I think the people just see, for example, the player you are, but then after this is a person on there, and yeah, I think a lot of people think things about me that maybe they are not like this because they don't know me or things like this, but I just know my family love me and the people around me, so this is the most important.
What do you think people think of you?
I don't know, a lot of people today in the world, they can say anything about you, so, but yeah, they think I'm different, totally different than how I am, and maybe like I'm arrogant or not humble, things like this. A lot of people think you are different, and I said, I just normal guy, so, but yeah, the people who I love, they love me, so this is important.
You're just a young lad playing football, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm still very young. I'm a kid that play football, and in this world you play a lot in front of people. That's why maybe everyone can speak about you, but I'm just a normal boy.
And being as young as you are and going through what you've gone through, what's that been like from your perspective, having to grow up in the public eye on a football pitch and off it as well, with so much attention, so many people following your every move, it feels like?
Yeah, you get a point that everything you do, if you do your hair or you do a tattoo, for example, or anything you do, everyone will know, everyone will speak, everyone will say good things and bad things, so but this is the world that we live, and I want to live because I love football, so it's what I have to do.
How do you cope with it?
Obviously, it's hard sometimes, but you have to know the life in football is like this. You can want, like, everyone said good things about you every time. It's impossible. So you have to deal with this. You have to know also when you do bad things and good things, and try to do best, and then the people will talk about you how they want anyway.
Where did that personality come from? Is that something that's been in you from the minute you started playing football, or do you think that's something that's come out as you've got older and played in these big games and these big moments for big teams?
Not really. It's just on me, on my person. When I was young, also playing in academies on things like this, I always this type of guy, like competitive, and then I think I show in the big games and things like important moments, and this is how I am, and I'm proud of to be like this.
Because for someone that you described earlier, someone who's quite quiet away from the field, quite shy at times, you do seem to like big occasions. I mean, I remember watching you play for Manchester United in the FA Youth Cup when you won that competition in 2022. And every single time you were asked to play at Old Trafford, you scored. And every single time the goals got better and the moments grew, and you seem to enjoy every single part of that. Is that true?
Yeah. I'm always there for that type of moments. Since I'm young, that tournament, I remember it was academy you played against people in your age, but I remember, for example, that final with 16, 17, all the players on the pitch and full stadium. Is that the moments that we live for, so yeah, I enjoy a lot this type of moments. Yeah.
A big moment for you that at the time as well, wasn't it? That whole thing about catching people's attention for the first time, being able to show the player that you have become, the player that you can move on to as well. That was the first moment where it felt like there was a lot of eyes on you.
Yeah, I think that was the first time that the people start to know me, even before play professional football. So that's something that now everyone can say this in terms of the people know you in very big before you play professionals, you know. So then I start playing, and already the people know me more and more, and that's why now everything I do in my life, the people are gonna speak, gonna say something, but I just do normal life like a normal person, and that's it. Yeah.
What was the move to Manchester like?
Yeah. I was in Spain in that moment in the academy. I remember it was the COVID time, so we stopped playing football the last 3 months before the summer. So yeah, and then I started conversations with them, and a big move for me. I think moving from a different country with this age is hard. But yeah, my family came with me. This is very important for me. It's different if you have to live alone from the start, you know. So they support me always from the start, and I'm always tell to them thank you for this.
And because it was COVID, you were stuck in a house for 2 weeks when you first arrived with your family, weren't you?
Yeah. I came here and I stayed in a house, training in the garden with my brother. Just 15 days in there, can't do nothing outside the house. It was really hard, to be honest. The first 3-4 months in here, I remember I cried a lot of times. It was really tough to change your life like this. Yeah, I had my family here, but you are away of everything. Your friends, your city, everything. So it was really difficult, but yeah, thanks to my dad, because if they didn't come here with me, it was really hard, and I'm very happy and can say like they're always there for me, you know.
The other thing about you and your family is the fact that you are a father yourself now as well. I mean, you did it very young. How does that change you as a person? What have you found being a dad like?
Yeah, it's incredible, you know. You change your life completely. Now you are not your main thing. Is, for example, in this case, my son is the main thing. I always try to do my best to be a good father with him, and yeah, really happy to have my boy, and he's now 2.5 years old and he's playing football. He wants to be football.
Okay, so you're the dad now, making sure your son is going to be a footballer, or can he do something else?
We will try the best. If not, then do another thing.
Let's go back to you getting into the first team in Old Trafford and Manchester United, if we can. How did it feel when you first became a first-team player? Because I know you got your debut just after that FA Youth Cup win, but you never really looked back. As soon as you got a taste of the first team, that was you, and before you knew it, you were starting every week.
Yeah. So I remember that final we spoke before in the Youth Cup. So my first time in the first team in the training was this week, like 3-4 days before that final.
Yeah.
And I remember I was really nervous because I remember Ronaldo also was there in that moment, big names, you know, so Pogba also, so different big players that you go with 17 years old for first time, and it's difficult. But yeah, then I played that final and I continued training with them, and then I stayed there. I made my debut a few games after. And then yeah, after that summer, I started playing more consistent. I think the first season I played like 35 games. And yeah, since this, I was always consistent in terms of just playing games and be there. And I think since I'm really young, so this is good for the experience for the future also.
What was it like being a senior player, being in the first team?
Yeah, it changed your life also, because we spoke before about this. Also, the people start to know you more about your life. You go, for example, away, restaurants, things like this, and everyone knows you. And it's a big change in your life, but it's the life that we want from since I was like 4 years old. So it's just a dream for me to work on what I love from the start.
You had some incredible moments with United as well. What are the highlights to you?
Yeah, I think it was a really good years. I enjoyed a lot. I remember I won trophies, I scored goals in important games, Wembley, things like this, you know. So I enjoy a lot to play there, and the last 4 or 5 years. So I'm really proud of it.
Scoring a goal in the FA Cup final for Manchester United against Manchester City as a teenager is a pretty special thing to have done, especially when Kobbie Mainoo, who's one of your friends, also a teenager, also an academy player, also scores in the game. I mean, that's a historic moment. It never happened before like that. I wonder if it'll happen again, to be fair. But for you, what would that whole experience like?
Yeah, I think that was the time that I enjoyed in a pitch. I remember the day Wembley against City, you said full Wembley, scoring the first goal, then Kobe the second one. The two teenagers that they start playing this season, they won the game and a trophy for your club. It was incredible. So I was still dreaming of this moment. It was like if it was real or not, but it was real. So
it was real. I can guarantee that. Yeah, the other thing that was a bit unreal was the overhead kick as well, wasn't it? Which won you the Puskas Award for the best goal scored in world football. Again, an incredible moment for you, especially at such a young age. These are major things that people wait entire careers to do, and you did both of them in the space of a few months as a teenager. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a crazy moment, and the life is like this. Maybe if I hit the post or something like this, was
you wouldn't have won the award.
Happen. So, but it was just one moment in life, and it was incredible to score this type of goal, won the Puskas. Yeah, really, really proud of this moment. I remember all my teammates after the game, they say, I know you're gonna score goals like this because in training, I swear every day I try this because I know how to do it, you know?
Yeah.
And I said, one day I will score like this, one day. And the game and was incredible, incredible moment.
Do you still remember the moment, the ball hitting the net?
Yeah, I remember everything. Like it was yesterday. Yeah. I just remember I started the game. I didn't touch the ball before this.
That was your first touch?
Yeah, it was the second minute. So the ball was on the other side. It crossed, and I said, I see the ball there, and I said I have to do it.
Yeah.
Then when I heard the crowd say like goal, I start running. I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
I just wanted to finish the game and see the goal again, speak with my family, and it was incredible. Yeah. Nothing really went wrong, you know. It's sometimes different moments in life. I was 20 years old. In my mind was like I have to play every game. Sometimes you have to make decisions. A moment in life changed and my life continued. So we have to looking forward.
You can find Enzo Fernandez. He finds Pedro Neto. Brilliant finish! And it's a taste of their own medicine for Fulham. Chelsea doing to them what Fulham did to them at Stamford Bridge. And it's a wonder goal.
Just the turn and the strike is stuff of dreams from Pedro Neto.
When did it start to go wrong at United, in your opinion?
I think nothing really went wrong, you know. It's sometimes different moments in life, and I remember was the last 6 months. I just start to not really playing like before, you know, from a teenager playing like everything, every minute, everything. And I start to be sometimes on the bench. That it's not a bad thing, you know. I was like 20 years old, but yeah, my mind was like I have to play every game, like, and I start doing some maybe on me also bad things and things that are not wrong. But yeah, it was just moment on the life, and sometimes you have to make decisions. Now I'm really proud to be here, to be still in the Premier League in a club like this. Everyone knows that the team we have, that we can do sometimes is better moments, worse moments. But yeah, I'm really proud to be here in this moment. But yeah, with United, I have nothing wrong to say about the club, about no one in the club, any teammates, no one. It's just a moment on life change, and my life continues. So we have to looking forward.
Do you have regrets about it then, with you saying there that maybe there were moments where there were things that you look back on, maybe you would have done it differently? Because I know you were asked in a press conference about this, and you gave it a very, very short answer to say that you had no regrets.
Yeah, I remember that press conference. You said, I know it was my first press conference on the club, so I know some people want to ask things like this just to create something, you know, that I didn't want in that moment, so I just said no to close the question. But I don't really have nothing but to say, and it was a very good moment of my life. But yeah, I said before, the life continue, and it's just sometimes you have to change things, and maybe it's good decision, maybe it's bad, but in football sometimes you have to make decisions in the moment. So now I'm really happy to be here and really proud. Yeah.
Did it hurt you though, the way that it happened and the circumstance of having to train away from the team, and that whole summer there was a lot of speculation, a lot of stories? What did it feel like to be you amongst all of that?
Yeah, maybe yes, because I love that club. You know, they give me the confidence from the start, from Spain, to bring me to the academy. Then they bring me to the first team. So it was like 4-5 years, and amazing love from everyone, from the fans, the stadium. Everything was really, really good. It's just sometimes you have to change because of the good of your life or the next steps, but you never know in the life what can happen. So I have nothing to say bad about them. I think the time we spent together was really good. So was only good memories about them.
How big an influence was Bruno Fernandes on you? Because I remember him speaking in interviews about you a few times, being very, very harsh on you as a young boy. It seemed like he was very careful in how he wanted to treat you at the time. Was he a big influence on you?
Yeah, I remember Bruno was like not dad, but like big brother there for me. And I remember one thing he said to me one time. He said, the day that I don't speak about you bad things, trying to help you, or I tell you the truth because you're not doing right things like this, if this day is coming, then I don't care more about you.
Okay.
So if I do these things, it's because I want the best for you, and he always try to help me, and yeah, we make really good friends, and he's the captain also, so he was always there for me, and it's important. Yeah.
Because you played with some huge players in your career already. Here at Chelsea, we've talked about Bruno Fernandes, but Cristiano Ronaldo at Manchester United, Lionel Messi with Argentina. I mean, to play with icons of the game like that, again, that's a huge thing for you, isn't it? And something that not many players have done.
Yeah, this from the start with Ronaldo when my first time in the first team at Manchester.
He set me your first goal as well, didn't he? He got the assist for your first ever goal.
Yeah, that moment also incredible. I remember he said after this, now you have to assist me, but I didn't have the time because he left after a few games. But yeah, playing with this type of players, Messi on the national team, you see the mentality of them, and helps you a lot to build also your player. But you see players like this working every day, how hard it is to be at that level, you know.
What have you taken from Lionel Messi when you've been around the Argentinian squad?
Yeah, him is really the same. He's a normal person. If you are there eating with the rest of the players, you see him like he's Messi, yeah, but then it's like a normal person, you know. He's really humble. He work, and then when you are training, you see the quality there, and it's just you can work on this. It's just him, you know.
But he's Messi.
It's Messi, so
yeah.
Yeah, I remember the first time I was with him, the first concentration, like eating every day, training, dinner, sleep, like a week with him was a dream, you know. I asked for a picture there, everything. And
why did you choose Argentina? Because you were born in Spain. I know your mum's Argentinian and your dad's Spanish.
Yeah, I born in Spain, but yeah, my mom she's from Argentina, but I remember when she was like 9 years old, all the family, they moved to Spain.
Yeah.
I don't know in that moment why, just they moved to live here. My granddad to work in Spain, and they stay there, and then they meet my dad, and that's why. And then the reason was they give me the confidence from the start that I will be important on the future. So also Messi is a big part of this to be able to play with him. It's an opportunity that you can say no too easy, you know. So it's just of this, but I know I will do big things for them. So it's just time of have to.
So
matter of time.
What does a day look like then for you as a Chelsea player?
Just wake up, come in here, breakfast, and then start the training. Of course, after training, you have to do, for example, gym. You have to do treatment, your things, and that's it. Then you go home. Sometimes I have my baby here, so I'm with him all the day. Then I try to sleep a little bit. That's it, dinner, and sleep again. It's just a routine, but I like because it's calm. I'm really calm guy. I like to see a lot of films, the TV every time, sleep. So I like this style of life, you know. Of course, then you have, for example, during the season games that you have to travel the day before. You are not at home every time. This is hard, but it's part of football. But then the life here is normal, and I'm happy. Yeah.
What are you watching at the moment?
You know what? Prison Break for 7th time.
Again?
Yeah.
Because one of your tattoos is Prison Break as well. Why do you like it so much?
I don't know. I don't know. I remember it was the first time I watched was in COVID.
Yeah.
One friend said to me, "Watch Prison Break. It's good. It's long because you have a lot of time, so you have to see every time." And it was the first time, and I see like 8th time now. I love this.
The tattoos are a big part of you though as well, aren't they? How do you use them to sort of express yourself, and why do you choose to have the ones that you've got at the moment? You've got a lot, right?
Yeah, I got a lot. Yeah, it's also part of the life, also part of the footballers. You know, you know, in football you will see more people with tattoos. I don't know. I remember when I was really young, I didn't have nothing, and I just look on Instagram or Pinterest footballers with tattoos, and I said, yeah, if I'm a footballer, then I will have a lot. And then you start doing things that you like, and that's it. It's my body, it's my life, so
yeah.
And I like, so yeah.
Which was the last one you had?
I think that one, lion in the hand. Said, you're not gonna do your hand, you're not gonna do your hand. And I did this last summer, because now.
When she'd moved to Spain.
She can't stop me. So.
No. And Enzo as well, as across your fingers, I see.
Yeah, they're together here, yeah. It's perfect because it's just 4 letters. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one I did, I think, 3-4 months after he born, and I really like this one. These two together are my favorite. Yeah.
Do you think Chelsea fans have seen the true Alejandro Garnacho yet? Do you think you've shown your very best so far, or do you feel like there's a lot more to come?
Yeah, of course, a lot more to come, you know. It's just the start. I remember this season when I start 2 months after the rest with no pre-season. You start, it's hard from the start, you know, and you have to get time also to adapt different club. different place, it's everything different, you know, and sometimes the first seasons are more hard. But yeah, I will work really hard the 7-8 games we have left. Then the summer, try to train from the start to prepare the next season and to be ready to show my best, because I know what can I do, you know, and this the most important thing, I think, have the confidence on mind that the player I can be, you know. But of course, in life and in football, you have to show if you want to be in the high level. So it's what I will try to do.
And you've still got big things to look forward to even in this season. You've got silverware to play for. You've got Wembley again. I mean, there can't be many players at your age who have played at Wembley season after season. He seems to enjoy it. He seems to always have a good game there.
Yeah, I love this stadium. I never play a think about game there. You know?
No, not yet.
It's always good feeling, you know, to go to Wembley. From the start of my career, I played there every season, and this I think is important, you know. And yeah, we'll have a game in the next 3 weeks, and hopefully we can get final, and then it's another FA Cup final, you know. Will be really special to win again for Chelsea, for a different club, you know, to win another one. So yeah, hopefully can get it.
How much of a motivation is that silverware, considering you know the feeling of what it feels like to lift that trophy already?
Yeah, I think it's important for everyone, you know. We are in a part of the season that it's been really hard the last 4 games, for example, the last month. But we still have things to play for example, a trophy. Is important for everyone. The FA Cup is really nice to win here in England, so everyone is excited for the FA Cup. And then in the league, we have to try to do our best to get Champions League for next season. But yeah, it's a lot of things to play for. Yeah.
A lot to look forward to still.
Yeah, but we'll try to do everything right, and hopefully we can get another trophy. Yeah.
Alejandro, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hazard scoring week on week. This man is on a different planet. Kovacic.
Ok ljudi, još ova utakmica i gasimo se. Gdje je to Margo? Hajmo.
Magical. It's a picture of a goal from Eden Hazard. Too hot to handle for Begovic. Chelsea playing with a desperation which would hint, if you didn't know otherwise, that they were chasing a title. Costa, away from Alderweireld. Diego Costa. Eden Hazard! Glorious goal! Leicester goal! He just might have decided the title again. Hazard. Creative. Running at Koscielny. Hazard's gone all the way and scored a beautiful goal. Sizzling solo work from Eden Hazard. Hazard, get there. Eden Hazard. It's a magnificent equaliser. A special moment from a special player. Hazard. On and on, astonishing. Absolutely amazing. Typical of the man. A stroke of magic from a genius.
Chelsea Arsenal today, right?
Yeah. Arsenal are looking good, aren't they? Unfortunately.
They beat them on. They were flying, didn't they? See.
What teams do you tend to look out for results? And Chelsea obviously against Palace.
Chelsea Palace, yeah. Coming to Dubai, it's a place that I've been before, been on holiday, fall in love with it. The weather's good, and you know, the lifestyle, and just wanting to doing my training here.
Where are we off to today, Victor? What are you up to?
Yeah, I'm normally just in paddle.
And Connor, that you train with, obviously plays as well, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, Connor plays as well. Not really the best, but no, but Connor, he's good. He's my personal trainer over here, but he's good at paddle as well.
Znači ljudi, kad se ovaj meč završi, gasimo se.
Whoever loses has to buy us on a coffee. So Connor, when it has
Izvoli.
When you're training with Victor Moses, he always wants to do more reps, he always wants to push himself. He's got that elite mentality of winning, so it's like when he's at training and he's training, it's always taking it to the next level. Smash!
I knew straight away that Connor was the right person that I can be working with. He's working with a few players as well.
What kind of game is this? Oh, out. That 1-0? No, you ain't even started yet. I'm joking. We were just warming up. Nice save. Yeah, yourself. Coming from Liverpool, seeing him playing in the Premier League, I'm a big city of football. I've watched Victor's journey all the way through. Woo! 6 man! Yeah, come on, bro.
Everyone knows the journey, how difficult it is to be the person that I am today. It wasn't an easy ride for myself. Growing up in Nigeria was very challenging, but I have to do my best to work hard for myself to be successful. I just wanted to play football on the street, and whenever I'm on that street playing football, that's my territory. I live in Nigeria, still remember as a young age, it was difficult period. Still remember now how the situation has changed the course of my life.
When Victor arrived, because obviously we weren't told anything in the beginning, the social worker just turned up on our doorstep and said they had this young man. They explained that he had gone through a traumatic time through the Christian riots that they were having in Nigeria. They told us only that his life was still at risk. Family members and friends had helped to keep him safe until they were able to send him onto this country so that he could seek asylum.
It was a very touchy subject for Victor. He didn't really like to talk about it, although we would ask what happened. But from the moment, it's like it shuts off once you mention.
Benefited a lot from them.
Well, we both tried to get him settled as much as possible. We also have children of our own, so that made it a little bit more easier because he was able to interact with
tabelu,
the other 4 boys that we
first
had. So we
rezultate.
gave him all the support and love
Da,
that we felt that he needed.
dobro, nije toliko loše. Hajde da vidimo tabelu. Tabelica. Dobro, prvi smo 91 pobjeda. Sjetite se da sa 60 pobjeda se lako osvajaju Ovdje titule. Mi već imamo 91, ali bio je onaj jedan ekstrem koji je imao 120 pobjeda. Sad mi jurimo da vidimo da li mi možemo da ostvarimo 120 pobjeda. Dobro, imamo još 3 dana. Ništa ljudi, hvala na pažnji.